at that point by our connection with others through destiny. During the first period of life after death, we learn about one another and about how human souls are received into the spiritual world by beings of the third hierarchy. We witness the joy of the angels, archangels, and archai for human beings who come into the spiritual world in the form I have described. Or we perceive how little joy they experience in relation to them. We observe the effects human souls have on the beings of the hierarchies that are closest to them in the invisible world. Then another period begins. Human beings who have been coming to know one another and have been continually gazing at one another now begin to understand one another in a way that is a part of our life after death. They begin to understand in a spiritual way the moral spiritual physiognomies. In the first period after death, we really live in nothing but memories. We live with those to whom we are connected, though we live very much in the present. We live, move, and act amid all that takes place among human beings and the beings of the third hierarchy, but in a kind of remembrance of earthly life. Then a period starts when we begin to gain spiritual understanding and comprehend, as comprehension must occur in the spiritual world, the meaning that human moral and spiritual physiognomies have for one another. We come to understand our fellow human beings. And thus we can say that a certain physiognomy indicates events of destiny that one has shared with a certain individual, and so on. We experience this during the first period, right after death, by viewing our associations according to destiny. Now, however, in the second period, our experience tells us that having lived our life together as revealed by the mutual understanding of our physiognomies, our future together must now follow a particular course. We begin to comprehend a possible future course of progress for our common destiny. And we begin to get a sense of how our relationships, begun during earthly life, can be developed. We see in perspective how the threads of destiny form in the future, threads of common destiny revealed in the moral and spiritual physiognomies. This experience becomes increasingly intimate, indeed so intimate that the souls grow together. As the soul proceeds during this phase of existence, the most expressive part of our being on earth, the head, gradually disappears. It dissolves into a kind of spiritual mist. To the same extent that the head disappears, the features of the moral spiritual physiognomy also change. The features alter, and something appears that points from the past into the future. At this point, one is placed into the spirit of the planetary movements. That is the spirit of the forces of the planetary system. As a result, those who belong together approach the spiritual sun existence at a specific time after death. The planetary forces bring them into the spiritual sun existence. All the experiences they have shared, along with the seeds for future experience, are carried with them into the spiritual sun. From the perspective of real knowledge, it is childish to conceive of the sun as a ball of gas out there in the universe. This is only the view the sun reveals to earth. When we look at it with the eyes of the spirit or soul, which we have after death, and view it from out in the great universe, the sun is revealed as a spiritual being, or rather as an assembly of spiritual beings. And mixed among those spiritual beings are human souls who bring to the sun's spiritual existence not only their own individual spiritual essence, but also their common destinies. This whole, in quotes, system of human souls shines out into the cosmos, along with judgments the beings of the second and third hierarchies have passed on them. The only way we can correctly conceive of the sun from any earthly viewpoint is this. As we observe the sun from the earth's surface, it does indeed appear like a shining, radiant ball. We could make a drawing of it. We usually think that if we could ascend in a balloon and inspect the sun from high above the earth, it would appear exactly the same as it does when seen from earth. But this is not the case. If we wanted to make a picture, a sensorially perceptible image of how the sun looks to spiritual vision, we would have to show spirit radiating from the sun into the vast expanses of the cosmos. From earth, we see only the aspect of the sun that shines toward earth. Now, however, something appears to spiritual vision that gradually becomes a spiritually audible perception. It becomes an element in the music of the cosmos, and it is something quite magnificent. But this element has been experienced by humankind in the past, and it is experienced also after death. This is all carried into the sun existence, and it then radiates into the cosmos. When this happens, the human beings there have already assumed the form of the sun to a certain extent in their spirit form. These words sound contradictory, but we must describe the facts as they correspond to reality. After passing through the gate of death, all that was human physiognomy or spirit form becomes round. And when human beings arrive in the sun, in the spiritual sense, they have, in fact, become a sphere of spirit. Each human being has become a spiritual sphere. And the cosmos is reflected in this spirit sphere. To the degree that our whole being has become a sensory organ of spirit, the impressions we receive are no longer earthly. One completely becomes a, quote, spiritual eye, close quote, EYE. And this spiritual eye receives an impression of the entire cosmos. We feel united with the whole wide universe. Our earthly being is now experienced as external to us. But as we reflect the whole universe in ourselves, as in the spiritual eye, we feel united with the destinies we have experienced both individually and with others. After living for a while in this period of existence, we move gradually into the sphere of the first hierarchy, that of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. We unite with the first hierarchy. First, we united with the third hierarchy, where we moved among human beings bound to us by destiny, moving in our moral and spiritual physiognomy. Then we were carried by the planetary forces into the spiritual sun existence, where we united with the second hierarchy, but then we were still outside the first. Now, once our own sun existence has made us feel at one with the whole cosmos, we unite with the first hierarchy of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. And at this point, we begin to be able to become interested in more than only those with whom we are connected by past destiny. Other souls appear now for the first time in our life between death and rebirth, and they enter our sphere of destiny. We now begin to see human beings other than those previously tied to us by destiny, souls with whom we will be connected by destiny in future incarnations. Under the influence of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, however, we begin to notice that the forms of those with whom we were already connected by destiny are changing in powerful ways that correspond to the extent of our connections. First, I will describe this more externally. When we physically observe someone walking, we see first one foot move to the front and the other, and thus that person moves forward. As we watch, we see what we might call a series of momentary snapshots. But to those who use imagination to observe a person in the existence after death, the legs appear to assume a form with every step that contains that individual's destiny, the destiny that is currently being experienced and was molded during earthly life. And the destiny is carried not only in the legs, but the arms also bear the significance of our destiny, the effects, both good and bad, of what we did with our hands to others. The way we move displays an impulse toward justice. How it is brought into the world and included is a part of our destiny. Similarly, in the bloodstream, we can see the inner destiny we create through our moods and inner responses to life. These revelations of destiny can be seen for quite some time after one has entered this realm of existence. One can still observe them in the form of the limbs, and except for the head and chest, in other human forms. On earth, the sight of someone walking by with no head or chest would be very unpleasant, but in the sphere between death and a new birth, it is very different. There, everything is changed into morality and spirit. What we see there is much more powerful than seeing any human head on earth. Those who are connected by destiny have such experiences during their spiritual sun existence, which in my mystery plays I call cosmic midnight. Depending on how much they are really connected, human beings work together to transform the nature of what they were in the previous earthly life. With spiritual sight, we can witness what happens here in detail. We see, for example, how the leg is changed into the form of the lower jaw in the next earthly life, and how the arms and hands are transformed into the upper jaw and the nerves in that area. You must understand, of course, that this is all seen through spiritual perception, which can watch the whole lower human being change into the upper part. A human being does not effect this change alone, but through all who belong together. To the degree that they are connected by destiny, they work on one another. This mutual work leads to spiritual relationships that cause human beings to find one another and come together in earthly life. Such spiritual relationships, brought about in the life between death and rebirth, unite us with some degree of intimacy. It is indeed true that the spiritual form of the head, as it will appear in the next incarnation, is built by the mutual activities of those who are united by destiny. This work is done in the spirit land, and its meaning and significance are certainly not less than our work on earth. On the contrary, they are more so. So you see, just as we can use images taken from earthly life to picture what happens to us between birth and death, similarly we can describe in concrete detail all that happens to us between death and a new birth. We can picture it all very concretely. The transformation in the limbs and metabolic and blood system is marvelous and awe-inspiring. Midway between death and a new birth, however, it is our human moral and spiritual qualities that are transformed. And what emerges from those transformations is the sound of cosmic music. This human form is fashioned after the sun and reflects the whole universe. It reveals the outer form of the human being as cosmic tone. One does not, comparatively speaking, see a visual representation of the human being. Instead, one is presented with a representation of the transformed lower human being as cosmic sound. And as this continues to progress ever further, one becomes a part of the cosmic word itself. The initial blend of melodies and harmonies now becomes articulated aspects of the cosmic word. Our nature becomes such that we, in quotes, speak our own being as if from the cosmos. Consequently, there is a period between death and a new birth when our being becomes, in fact, in quotes, spirit word. This is not merely a word of a few syllables, but one of infinite expression. It speaks not only the whole of humankind in general, but also the whole of that particular individuality. During this period between death and a new birth, one mysteriously knows and sends a revelation into the cosmos, revealing the nature of the human being that is perceptible to divine spiritual beings. When the human individuals work on one another to transform the lower parts of their form into the uppermost parts have gradually dissolved. And when the foundation for their future association has been established, according to their past relationships, it is as though a spiritually sculpted element of feeling were being shaped. One takes up this spiritually sculpted element and works it, transforming it into a musical sound, and finally into speech. During the first stage after death, we move among the spiritual physiognomies of those we are connected with by destiny. We witness those physiognomies. We become aware of one another and come to know one another in a spiritual form, according to moral and spiritual qualities. During this first stage, however, it is only a kind of seeing. It is no more than seeing, though the human souls bring it together in an intimate way. Then, a period begins that I described as a mutual understanding, in which we gaze with understanding deeply into the inner nature of one another, recognizing how the future will connect with the past as destiny develops. Next, a process of transformation unfolds from this, in which one works on another through deep knowledge, and where the spiritual sculpting is transformed into musical sound, followed by speech. Now we go to something more than understanding. We speak our own warm, quote, creation word, close quote, to one another. On earth, we utilize a speech organ to talk to one another about what we know. The physical body provides the basis for what we say, and living within it as a fleeting element to which a higher element has been added are the ordinary words we use. We use our vocal organs to express ourselves to one another, and this shuts off and eliminates what lives behind our merely physical aspect. Imagine how it would be if what we say, what flows into fleeting words, were not only the expression of our very being, but were at the same time our being. This gives you a picture of how human beings distinguish between and reveal themselves to one another midway between death and a new birth. Word encounters word. Articulated word meets articulated word. Inwardly enlivened word meets inwardly enlivened word. But the human beings themselves are the words, and chiming together they harmoniously sound the spoken word being. Impermeability does not exist there. They indeed live together, and the word that each one really is comes to life in the word that is the being of the other. And links of destiny are formed there that continue to work into the next incarnation. And these express themselves as sympathy or antipathy when these human beings meet again. These feelings of sympathy or antipathy reflect what we said to one another in the spirit land midway between death and a new birth. There we talked with one another, and we ourselves were being spoken. On earth, we feel a vague reflection of this when we meet one another again. This is approximately the way we would have to describe the sense of our experience on earth with others, as reverberations, of what we each were in the creative word, speaking our being in the life between death and a new birth. That is when we exist for one another in the truest sense. When we live for one another on earth, it is a projection of spirit onto earth of that true togetherness. After we have lived through that period of time, we enter another. We begin to separate gradually from the beings of the first hierarchy, the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. And we return again to the realm of the second hierarchy and the forces that planets exert on one another. This is where perceptions of the universe arise, perceptions that had been less direct before, because we were able to follow them only in other beings. The cosmos now begins to arise before us as an outer universe. We learn also of our mutual relationships with beings whose destinies are not connected to us. We learn of our connections with those human beings who first appeared during the middle period between death and rebirth. This occurs when we re-enter the planetary spheres and connect with the beings of the second hierarchy. We have been with them before, but now the connection is different because the first hierarchy have gradually faded from sight and are eventually no longer present. Spirit seeds are found there for the pliable form of the human being, for the new human chest and limbs. The human being gradually forms and rebuilds a preparatory human form. What we spoke of as our own being and cosmic word becomes cosmic again, and the pictorial sculpture of our being grows from the music of the spheres. Now we approach the moment when we are ready to connect with the embryonic seed provided by a mother and father. We simply join with it. There is a spiritual form that descends from the spiritual world into physical existence. And this is the actual human being. Whereas the embryo offered to us exists only so that we can connect and permeate ourselves with earthly matter. Our life between death and a new birth is rich in meaning. The work we do there is the interaction between ourselves and beings of the higher realms. The whole outer nature of our life between death and a new birth is completely different from the nature and essence of life here on earth. Let us take our study further and increase our understanding of our suprasensory human nature. To do this, we must become clear about a few things. First, we live in the physical world of earth. Here we perceive the outer world through our senses. We must say that we perceive things that are sensorially perceptible and physical. In earthly life, we perceive only what is physically perceptible. Beyond this world, there is a second to which our ether body belongs. It imbues and permeates the physical body. This world is initially imperceptible to our physical faculties of perception. It is not physical, but supra-physical. Bordering our perceptible physical world, therefore, is one that is imperceptible and supra-physical. This is the next world beyond our own. And within it live the third hierarchy beings, angels, archangels, and archai. This other world is imperceptible to those who live in a physical, earthly incarnation and have not developed spiritual sight. It is not physical, but its activity does manifest in the physical world. There is also a third adjoining world. This world is also not physical, and in this respect it is similar to the etheric world. It is also supraphysical, but oddly enough, it is perceptible. It can be perceived from our world. Now we have come to the characteristic of a world that reaches into our world and is perceptible, but it is also supraphysical. Consequently, we cannot explain its true nature. What we receive in sunlight, for example, belongs to this world that is supraphysical but perceptible. All the spirit beings who populate the sun are supraphysical, yet they are perceptible to us on earth. It is nonsense to think that sunlight is only what physicists imagine. The light of the sun is a manifestation of the sun beings. Sun beings are perceptible, but appear to us in a form we cannot interpret. The light of the stars, the moon, the sun, and other forms of light are also perceptible, but people do not have the right understanding of the beings behind it. Here we have a world that is perceptible but supraphysical, and borders the world that is physically perceptible. It is very important to understand the characteristics of these different worlds. Number one, our earthly world, perceptible and physical. Number two, the second world, bordering the first. Angels, archangels, and archai live in this realm. It is imperceptible and supraphysical. It is the dwelling of the third hierarchy, but also that of human beings between death and a new birth, while associated with the third hierarchy. Number three, the third world is perceptible and supraphysical. It is the dwelling of the second hierarchy. And finally, number four, an imperceptible physical world. With the fourth, we have a complete list of all possible worlds. Number one, perceptible and physical. Two, imperceptible and supraphysical. Three, perceptible and supraphysical. Four, imperceptible and physical. This fourth world is imperceptible and yet physical. How can we visualize it? It is in our midst and present physically, and yet it is imperceptible. Consider, for example, the fact that your leg is heavy when you lift it off the ground. The force of gravity affects it. The force of gravity acts physically, but it is imperceptible to ordinary sensory perception. You experience this force of gravity inwardly, but in itself it is imperceptible to our physical senses. The same is true of certain other phenomena. You experience them within, but with feelings you cannot explain. An earlier, more instinctive spiritual science knew this as the, quote, mercurial, close quote, tendency, which strives toward the form of a drop. You always contain it within as the protein your bodies use. Again, this is something physical, but in its own configuration. You see, there is a living process of combustion within you. It acts physically and lives in your will, though you are unaware of it. It is imperceptible and physical. The first hierarchy beings, seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, are within this world, the realm of the imperceptible and physical. And now we come to something strange. When we pass through the gate of death, first we enter the imperceptible and supraphysical. We disappear from this world. At the second stage, we enter the sphere of the second hierarchy, the perceptible and supraphysical. During this phase of existence, we comprehend our destinies in the flowing, flooding light element of the sun and stars. One who has learned to gaze into the essence of this light does not merely look thoughtlessly into the expanses of the universe, the spheres of the sun and stars. One knows that within this flooding, flowing light, threads of human destiny are woven. This is the realm of the perceptible and supraphysical, in which those who have died, the so-called dead, live. Human beings again achieve the metamorphosis that prepares them to return to the earth, where they appear. But the world they wander between death and a new birth. The realm of the imperceptible and physical is involved in the gravitational process, the phosphoric and mercurial processes of formation, and we will gradually come to understand how these develop. First, we are withdrawn from life into the invisible. Then we return imperceptibly to be withdrawn again, so we may prepare for a future perceptible and physical life on earth. The path between death and new birth leads from the perceptible and physical life on earth through the other conditions to the imperceptible physical earth life during the midnight hour of our existence. After that, we make our way back and re-enter physical existence on earth. This has been merely a preliminary outline, which we intend to elaborate in detail in the lectures to come. As you see, we cannot be content with generalities and abstractions about life between death and a new birth. We can point out, for example, how we come invisibly to earth between death and a new birth to prepare for our future life in the visible world. Just think how our understanding of life on earth is deepened when we know how spirit lives and is present within physical earthly existence at the cosmic midnight. Besides the physically embodied human beings among us here in earthly existence, there are spiritual essences continually wandering among us with vitality, who are at the midnight hour of their existence between death and rebirth. We are unaware of them, because their present earthly existence is at the midnight hour rather than at noon. We will look into the meaning of all this in the next lecture, the end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, 5 lectures, entitled At Home in the Universe, Exploring Our Suprasensory Nature. This is Lecture 3, entitled Through the Spheres, given on the afternoon of November 17, 1923. In our first lecture, we try to form an idea of how earthly humankind is related to beings and forces in the realms beyond Earth. In the second lecture, we considered from a certain standpoint the human passage through the spiritual world between death and a new birth. Now, in this lecture, I want to go a little farther, adding to what was said before. As our study proceeds, we will conclude our discussions with an harmonious, self-contained picture. We have seen that human beings pass through the gate of death and enter the suprasensory realm. There, they reveal themselves to imagination as in spiritual form. Please understand that perception of spirit is very different from perceiving an object in the world of senses. For example, those endowed with spiritual vision will tell you that when they perceived this or that, they could not tell you its size, and so on. Phenomena of the spiritual realm are not spatial, the way material objects are to the physical eye. Nevertheless, if we want to describe them, we can do so in such a way that they resemble an image seen physically, or some other earthly terminology might be used to describe it. So I ask you to consider this while I describe such things. When a human being has passed through the gate of death, the gradually fades. On the other hand, the rest of one's form becomes a kind of physiognomy. This countenance expresses, for example, how good or bad, or how wise or foolish a person was in earthly life. Everything we can hide in the sensory world, where villains are able to maintain absolutely innocent faces, can no longer be hidden once we pass through the gate of death. Your face cannot hide it, because one's face fades immediately and the rest of one's form becomes a physiognomy that allows nothing to be denied. The point here is that after we have passed into the spiritual world, our whole relationship to the universe changes. We must realize that the faculty of thinking, especially the kind of abstract thinking we consider so important on earth, has absolutely no value in the spiritual world. The faculty that uses the head as its apparatus is completely without value in the spiritual world. We cannot use it there. We must abandon the kind of thinking of which we are so proud, through which we develop our concepts of material phenomena. Philosophers exist only on earth because it is precisely philosophical, abstract thinking that is left behind. The further we penetrate the spiritual world, the more completely our soul life becomes perception, the kind of sight whereby the thoughts underlying things are conveyed to us along with seeing. On earth, we develop thoughts. In the spirit world, the things themselves reveal thoughts, which come to us. Thought is accomplished there through perception. And this is true of not only thought, indeed, all of our experience in the spiritual world comes to us through perception. In the sense-perceptible world, we have certain references to help us describe the spiritual in which we live between death and a new birth. In the realm of the senses, we see stars and the planets of our system, and they reveal only their outer nature to our senses. Their inner reality is very different. They are the gathering of spiritual beings who have come together in diverse ways where stars appear in the heavens. When we observe a star with our physical eyes, there is in fact a community of spiritual beings at that place in the cosmos. The physical star we see shows us only the direction, a signpost or chart. Conventional scientific descriptions of stars have very little meaning because they deal only with those signposts or charts to orient our vision. When we see a star somewhere in the sky, it indicates the location of a community of spiritual beings. We go first to the moon sphere after death, that is, to the region of spiritual beings who dwell within that sphere. What sort of things are they? If you read my title, Outline of Esoteric Science, you know that the moon has not always been out in the heavens where it is now. The moon sphere is characterized by strange facts. For example, it is very peculiar that conventional textbooks do not mention that the moon comes closer to Earth each year. Because this fact is not in textbooks, most people are unaware of it. It is true, nevertheless. The moon was not always out in the cosmos. Indeed, at one time, the moon and its substance existed within the Earth. You can read about this in Title and Outline of Esoteric Science. The moon split off from Earth and went out into space. Consequently, the moon as such became a dwelling for spiritual beings during earthly evolution. And who are those spiritual beings? I have often described in books and lectures the great primordial teachers who lived among humankind during the very early times of Earth's evolution. Footnote, see especially Chapter 6, titled Cosmic and Human Evolution, Now and in the Future, from An Outline of Esoteric Science. End of footnote. When we recall that ancient time with true understanding, it fills us with deep reverence for the marvelous wisdom that human beings on earth were given long ago by those great superior human teachers. Those first teachers of earthly humanity were not human themselves, but were higher than humanity in the evolutionary continuum. They did not appear physically in the mysteries, but in etheric bodies, which they have for the most part set aside since that time, dwelling today in astral bodies. These primordial teachers left Earth and went into the cosmos to the moon. The celestial body we know as the moon is thus a dwelling in the cosmos for the primordial teachers of humanity. To coarse perception, the moon's outer aspect merely reflects sunlight. But to finer perception, the moon mirrors a myriad of cosmic forces. But the cosmic forces reflected down to Earth are related to all that is subhuman in us as human beings. That is, what we share with animal nature. Strangely enough, as a result, the moon unites those higher spiritual beings who were once primordial teachers with the animal forces in human nature. This is the first realm that human beings enter after passing through the gate of death. Our first experiences occur there. Imagine as vividly as possible how in our moral or immoral physiognomy we enter that realm of physical and spiritual radiation from the moon, and how we initially see ourselves and others in these physiognomies. We do not perceive the beings of that region with our physical eyes, but with a feeling or touching at a distance. Let me try to describe this to you. Imagine that we come up to another being in this region. Our physiognomy is pliant and soft, so to speak. When we are near another being, we try to assume a physiognomy similar to the one revealed by the other. But if one who had been a scoundrel during earthly life were to arrive in the moon's sphere and attempt to assume the physiognomy and experience of one who is truly virtuous, in order to feel what it is like to be that person, such an attempt would fail. A scoundrel can produce only a scoundrel's physiognomy, nothing else. Thus you can see that for a certain period of time after death, we perceive only those human beings who had a similar moral nature as our own during earthly life. This is the first impression of judgment that we experience. We actually experience these events as the administration of strict justice. This exerts a harsh justice. There is a constant impression that you are exactly like those you perceive. You move only among those like yourself and see no other kinds of beings. One simply does not perceive them at all. The particular forces of this moon environment are such that the angeloi with their beautiful forms are not permitted to associate immediately with human beings. The moon was cast off by the earth. It is the cosmic body that earth ejected into cosmic space, though it is also true that the great holy primordial teachers of the human race went with it. But Ahrimanic forces are near its present isolated place in the cosmos. Ahrimanic forms may be seen there. Consequently, when you see another human being with an immoral physiognomy, you have the impression that you are seeing yourself with those Ahrimanic forms. And in despair, you realize that you actually resemble those forms that appear there. We do not yet perceive the angeloi, because we are inwardly unlike their forms. Thus we perceive other human beings in certain evil shapes, and can see how similar they are to Ahrimanic forms. That is our second impression in the moon sphere, our close resemblance to Ahrimanic forms. This is another very effective form of judgment after death. Our third experience is that we cannot avoid the distinct impression that the good primordial teachers of humanity are present in the first region through which we must roam. This impression is unavoidable because there is a strange relationship between the Ahrimanic beings we encounter, as described, and those earliest teachers of humanity. From the perspective of human beings, of course, it is understandable that when it comes to judging the sort of things I am speaking of, they tend to have the same attitude as that famous king of Spain, when he was shown a map of the stars and their movements, as well as the whole solar system, he found it too difficult to understand. He said that the universe was far too complicated, and that if God had allowed him to create it, he would have made a much simpler universe. It's not surprising that many people think much like this and always want to correct the divine, universal, cosmic plan. Human beings believe they are extremely capable when it comes to understanding. Indeed, there was once a philosopher who said, quote, "Give me matter, and I will make a universe," close quote. This was Kant. It's a good thing he was not given any matter. He would have made something appalling with it. Similarly, when people hear about Ahrimanic beings, they fail to understand why such beings did not give up all hope long ago of conquering the earth spirits. Human beings know very well that Ahrimanic beings will not be victorious. Ahriman, however, is unaware of this and works unceasingly for victory. Through his efforts to win, a peculiar relationship arises between Ahrimanic beings, who belong primarily to the moon sphere, and the wise primordial teachers of humanity. There is terrible flattery on the part of Ahrimanic beings toward the teachers of humanity, whom they would like to win over to their side. After all, what are those Ahrimanic beings trying to do? Their goal is to arrest earthly development at a certain point and prevent it from further progress. It is always Ahriman who says, quote, "Human beings have brought their evolution thus far. Now they must stop and go no further. I want them to harden into their present condition and continue on their cosmic journey as ossified creatures, not as evolving human beings," close quote. Ahrimanic beings whisper these things into our ears every night. It is what they want to happen to the whole earth. They wish to stop its evolution at a certain point. Now, consider the great primordial teachers of humanity in this sense. They left behind on earth the ancient primordial wisdom taught in the old mysteries, but it has dimmed through the ages and is no longer understood. The teaching of this ancient wisdom could not continue, because if we had continued to receive it, we would not have progressed. Above all, we would not have gained the possibility of freedom. We would not have free will. Wisdom could speak only to human instinct, not to clear self-awareness. Consequently, for the benefit of humanity, these great teachers withdrew at a particular point in time. If the primordial teachers had never lived on earth, humanity would never have found the beginning of its evolution. But once they had provided the catalyst for independent human evolution, they left Earth and went to the community of the moon. The Ahrimanic beings did all they could to hold the primordial teachers on Earth and to keep the instinctive nature of wisdom as it was. And even today, they still believe that when human beings pass through the gate of death and arrive in the moon sphere, something may yet be achieved. So they continually try to flatter and entice those teachers to approach those who have just died. But they cannot attain this goal, especially in relation to those human beings who wear an evil physiognomy. Nevertheless, Ahrimanic beings continuously work on human beings in the moon sphere and taunt them by pointing to the primordial teachers and saying, quote, "That was all once there. It was yours," close quote. Human beings who wear evil features must now pass through a third experience. The Ahrimanic beings describe the primordial teachers to them, but because of their nature, they cannot see those teachers and merely stare into a void. Again, this is a very significant judgmental impression for human beings. Then a feeling begins to weigh heavily on the soul, because one is unable to see those who gave humankind its starting point. One feels repudiated and rejected. This powerfully penetrating experience comes to those without a physiognomy that expresses good. These are the three necessary impressions for those who have a physiognomy of evil when entering the world beyond the gate of death. Of course, one must bear in mind that no one is completely good. After all, there is much that is evil in the very best of us. Consequently, it is the fate of a great number of human beings to experience to some degree the impressions I have described. But the more we can assume the physiognomy of the good after death, the more we are able to see those whom we resemble through goodness, and the less we will be aware of Ahrimanic beings. Now, what I have been saying about Ahrimanic forms gradually disappears from the picture, and we develop a more penetrating awareness of the angelic forms that then enter our sphere. Through this, forces enter into us with which we permeate our being. These are primarily forces of will. After death, our main faculties are not thinking or reflection, but the will. Will becomes feeling or sensing. It becomes the whole realm of life. You see, if we are to have any perception at all, we must exert our will to cause our forms to resemble what we want to see. Consequently, we must will. In other words, we must become similar to what we would like to perceive. After all, it is the will that is developed after we pass through the gate of death. And the impressions of good and evil I described in relation to the moon sphere also work on the will. The next sphere that human beings enter is that of Mercury. Thus far, we have adapted our physiognomy, often at the cost of great suffering, to the powers and forces of the suprasensory world. We have laid aside the physiognomy of evil and gradually come to resemble the forms of angels, archangels, and archai. For many, this process is often slow. Nevertheless, we enter the sphere of Mercury, where the beings of the third hierarchy dwell. We must live there among them and experience what I described. In this region, we gradually understand what had previously been only perception, more or less blind perception, but it worked very powerfully on the human will. In the Mercury sphere, we gradually come to understand everything we have perceived. In our time, those who investigate this through imagination perceive something tragic, because the way we find our way to the Mercury sphere after death depends somewhat on whether or not we were materialists here on earth. It depends on whether we rejected in thought and action everything of a suprasensory nature, or came to understand such matters here. One who rejected all that transcends the material realm during earthly life now confronts the beings in the Mercury sphere with relatively little understanding. And this is also true for materialists in the next region. Beings there may also be classified as angeloi, archangeloi, and archai, but somewhat higher in their development. In the realm of Venus, materialists confront those beings without understanding, because the beings there radiate cosmic forces of love. This region will be the strangest and most foreign to those who fail to acquire a capacity for love on earth. In the realm of Venus, the loving forces, which would otherwise pour over those who had acquired a capacity to love here on earth, now become wrathful forces in those who on earth harbored hate, whether consciously or unconsciously. It is the mystery of our journey through the Venus sphere that those who bring forces of hatred with them from the earth now experience Venus's forces of love arising from their will and changing into forces of fury and anger. They see themselves manifested there in a way that motivates them to admit that it must all be softened, mitigated, and made harmonious with the cosmos. Essentially, it is always the will that receives special care and nurturing in the Venus sphere. And the will is grounded in the limb and metabolic system in the lower part of earthly human beings. As we have seen, this is the aspect of the human being that becomes the entire appearance after death. It is therefore the will grounded there that is now expressed in this way. Also during this time we continue to develop gradually so that we begin to resemble the beings of the spiritual cosmos, and we eventually enter the sphere of the sun. Everything I have described is also involved in this, but this also gets into other viewpoints that are new, which we must take up later. The forces of the sun sphere work primarily on all that which we have on earth as a reflection of feeling. When we physically look up at the sun, it reveals only its outer aspect. Inwardly, the sun is the great cosmic gathering place for all of the spiritual beings who from this center guide and direct earthly destinies of human beings and all that is a part of earth. Above all, the sun is the community of beings of the second hierarchy, exousiae, Kyriatetes, and Dunamis. When we enter the sun realm, we are met by everything I described in the previous lecture. Whereas before entering the sun sphere, we lived only among those human beings with whom we are linked by destiny, now others approach us as well, our, in quotes, circle of acquaintances, if I may use such an expression, grows larger. All this takes place now in the sun sphere. It is also here in this sun sphere that an especially strong inner experience arises in us. Below is another world, the earth we left behind and must re-enter. In the sun sphere, what I have spoken of as a transformation of the human being now occurs. Our lower being is transformed into the upper being for the next earthly life. Thus the legs become the spirit form of the lower jaw, the arms the spirit form of the upper jaw, and cheekbones, and so on. This event in the spiritual world is a marvelous work, compared to which any human work on earth is insignificant. All that human beings accomplish there in conjunction with the higher spiritual beings is grand and majestic. We work there together on the mystery of being human. This all takes place in the sun realm in the broader sense. But there is yet another experience for human beings in this realm. If our soul and spirit are healthy during earthly life, we must inevitably get a feeling that another world exists, a spiritual world, though we cannot penetrate it with our knowledge. We take the existence of a spiritual world for granted and say that there is a suprasensory world beyond that experience through our senses. Footnote: Rudolf Steiner always speaks of such feelings in relation to a healthy soul and spirit. Quote, "Certainly there are those who believe quite honestly that the dissolution of the physical body annihilates the soul, and they lead their lives accordingly. It is not necessarily true, however, that these people are completely unbiased in their feelings about such thoughts. Yet they do not allow their fear of the soul's annihilation and their desire for its continuation to overshadow their reasoning. To that extent, their ideas are often more objective than those whose unconscious belief in the soul's continuing life is based upon a veiled, burning desire for that continuation. Still, the level of prejudice among the deniers of immortality is not less than it is among believers. It is only different." Close quote from A Way of Self-Knowledge, pages 106 and 107, end of footnote. During our existence in the sun sphere between death and a new birth, however, the situation is reversed. Our experience there is such that we speak of a world beyond. Here, however, it is the earth that is beyond. It is an intensely alive feeling that awakens in us, not so much concerning one's personal destiny, but for the whole essential nature of the earth. There is one such characteristic that you can observe and test for yourselves. You should try it, though people today will find it difficult. When you study history and follow it back through the centuries, you can always have a certain kind of experience. You are alive now, in our own time. Go back through history, through the World War, to earlier and earlier events, until finally you arrive at an historical period back to, let's say, about 1500 or 1550. It begins to feel familiar to you. Consider for a moment such intimate human knowledge. Something that lies far in the past seems familiar. You think that this must be something you experienced yourself. Superficial people immediately conclude that this was the period of a previous earthly incarnation. Usually, however, this is not the case. Usually, it is instead the time between death and rebirth in the sun sphere, when you experienced most vividly a connection with earthly existence. It was the year when the earthly life presented itself to you in the sun existence as a beyond, just as the opposite happens on earth, where suprasensory life presents itself to you as beyond. Let's pause for a moment in considering our path of development after death. We saw that once we have moved away from the earth, we complete the moon existence first. Then we enter the spheres of Mercury, Venus, and Sun, and we continue on from there. Later we will speak of what follows. None of these events in the spiritual world are isolated. They are also connected to events on earth. And this leads to a very special relationship. Moon existence is thoroughly permeated with the great primordial teachers of humanity, whom we have often mentioned. In very remote antiquity, they left Earth and went into the cosmos to form a cosmic community on the moon. But there were various people who had been initiated into the mysteries and later retained a truly living inner vision and hearing of the knowledge that had existed on Earth as the result of those primordial initiates. Consequently, in the mysteries of the ancient Indian period of civilization, there was still a living knowledge of the moon initiate's wisdom. Footnote: the whole span of cosmic evolution is described in title An Outline of Esoteric Science, quote, Cosmic Evolution and the Human Being, close quote, on the post-Atlantean civilization of ancient India, see pages 252 to 258, end of footnote. This is where we must look for the source of what we can still marvel at today as the echoes of ancient Indian wisdom. Nor is this all. A twofold event took place. During various later eras, people also felt the influence of the suprasensory realm through which we wander between death and rebirth, though it gradually changed and lessened with each era. In other words, people became less aware of it. The influence that Mercury exerted, for example, was especially strong during the ancient Persian period, but people were less aware of it. Because of this, they developed the myth of Ahura Mazda, which was a dim cognition of Mercury's influence on Earth. During the Egypto-Chaldean era, the active influences were mainly those of Venus. Then came the wonderful era of Greek culture, which continued in that of the Romans. It was during this Greco-Latin culture that the sun influences affected Earth most strongly from the spiritual world. But humanity was the least aware of such influences during the Greco-Latin period. This was also when two things came together. First, during our existence between death and a new birth, when we enter the sun sphere, we feel an intense longing to sense the earth from the sun. On the other hand, everything related to the sun and its nature had a strong influence on the Greeks. All the sun forces given to Earth had deep significance for them, especially those known as Athenians, in contrast to the Spartans. Yet everything related to the sun, including its spiritual aspect, exerted a remarkably deep cosmic influence on Greece and the whole configuration of the Greek civilization. Throughout this phase of evolution, there was an especially strong capacity on Earth to perceive the purely spiritual nature of the starry heavens. Our material perception of the heavens did not really begin until our fifth post-Atlantean period, which began in the 15th century, and is thus only a few hundred years old. We have, however, already gone past the region where earthly human beings sense a relationship to the influences they feel between death and a new birth within the sun existence. Today we sense something else much more. Indeed, after the period in the sun, we enter the realm of the Mars existence. The strongest cosmic influence exerted on humanity today is that of the Mars existence. And we come to know those influences after experiencing the, in quotes, noonday of our life after death, when we turn back toward Earth. But this entry to the Mars sphere after death does not mean that the sun existence ceases to influence us, because the sun extends its sphere of influence over all the rest of the planetary states as well. This continues, but the Mars existence becomes significant for what is now happening on Earth. I will speak more of our journey through Mars existence, but for now, I want to connect what we have learned of the spiritual world with what we find specifically active in our own fifth post-Atlantean age. We are now becoming acquainted with the nature of cosmic battle. We sense it. Most people cannot unravel its mysteries. But a war is being waged in the cosmos between all sorts of good and evil spirits. What we have called the sun existence assumes special significance for our age. It is very difficult today for spiritual understanding to hold its own against conventional scientific materialism. People are proud of having investigated the sun from a physical perspective. The sun is described in scientific books, but such descriptions are unable to convey correct concepts of the sun. In particular, how does the sun work in relation to the Earth today? I will point out only one of its activities. It might seem now that I am descending into truly material realms, which may appear strange in contrast to the spiritual events described thus far. What I have to say, however, is important to the progress of our studies. Of course, you are familiar with a phenomenon called sunspots, which appear with a certain regularity. Footnote: conventional science describes sunspots as dark, usually irregularly shaped spots on the sun's surface and considered to be solar magnetic storms. The temperature of the spots is lower than that of the surrounding photosphere. Thus, the spots are, by contrast, darker. All but the smallest show a dark central portion, the umbra, with a lighter outer area, the penumbra. Sunspot activity peaks every 11 years. End of footnote. These are dark spots that appear on the sun. Sunspots and their meaning have caused much dispute in materialistic science. But if we were to examine them more exactly, we would find that the sun is inwardly prompted to eject sun substance, in quotes, into space through these dark openings. And the substance that is cast out appears in our solar system as comets, meteors, and shooting stars. Particularly during our age, those beings who rule the universe from within the sun cast out comets, meteors, and shooting stars. They did so in earlier times as well, but now this activity has a new significance. That is why I said that during earlier times, it was mainly the spiritual impulses emanating from the star system that worked. Now the forces contained in the iron cast out of the sun begin to have a special significance for human beings. These impulses are used by the spiritual being we call Michael, who serves the spirit in the cosmos. So something not present before to this degree has appeared in the cosmos during our time. Cosmic iron, with its spiritual significance, makes it possible for Michael to mediate between the suprasensory and the sense-perceptible earthly phenomena. Consequently, in our time, we encounter something of a warlike spirit in the world we enter when we go beyond physical existence. In our epoch, when we attain suprasensory insight, cross the threshold, and rather than concentrating on personal matters, focus on the larger cosmic concerns underlying our whole civilization, we gaze into that other world and perceive battle, strife, and spiritual warfare there. Strife, war, and conflict are behind the scenes of existence in the spiritual realm. What the sun spirits eject into space as iron in a form that becomes physical also becomes, in the broadest sense, Michael's armor as he accomplishes his task in the cosmic battle to help humanity progress in the face of strife and war, the forces behind the scenes of today's civilization. On the one hand, there is war and strife. On the other, the work of Michael. Footnote, see the Michael letters in title Anthroposophical Leading Thoughts, Rudolf Steiner Press, London, 1998. End of footnote. Again, this all relates to the development of human freedom. As you can see, as earthly human beings, our blood contains iron. Even if we had no iron in our blood, the impulse and feeling for freedom would still arise in our souls, but our bodies would be unable to act on that impulse. Because we can learn how Michael is able to use cosmic iron, which was also cast out in former times, we can not only understand the concept of freedom and its impulse, but we can also sense the body's power to carry the impulse of freedom. By understanding the Michael impulse correctly, we can learn how to use the iron within us for spiritual freedom. External matter has meaning to us only when we understand it as an expression of spirit in the world. In our age, we must learn to use the iron in our blood properly. Wherever there is iron, there is also a cosmic or human impulse to develop freedom. It was out of deep inherent knowledge that the ancient initiates ascribed iron to Mars. With its importance for human blood, iron also has importance for the cosmos. We can understand these things today through a renewed spiritual science. It is not a matter of reviving ancient traditions, but one of rediscovery through spiritual science itself. When anthroposophy happens to agree with ancient lore, it does not mean that anthroposophy merely revives what is old. Anthroposophy investigates and studies matters in terms of their own essential nature. These things regain their meaning when we see how such knowledge once belonged to human beings through the influence of the primordial divine wisdom of the beings who left Earth for the moon and who live today in the community of the moon. And so, our age is also connected with what we experience between death and rebirth. Therefore, the perception of earthly occurrences is strongest while we are in the sun sphere, though it is always present to some degree after we die. Between death and a new birth, we continually look back to the earthly realm from the supra-earthly regions. If we did not, the earthly realm would become alien to us during our long journey between death and rebirth. Human experiences in the suprasensory world can be described in a myriad of ways. Yesterday, I described them to you one way, and now I have described them to you in relation to the starry world and in connection with what takes place on Earth during successive human cultures. All of these things must be brought gradually into a whole. No one should come and say, quote, well, one time he described our passage through the period between death and rebirth one way, and then another time he described it very differently, close quote. If you go to a city once, twice, or even 3 times, you will certainly describe different things differently, according to what you learn about the city each time. Eventually, you must bring all the details of your descriptions together. Similarly, the descriptions of human experiences in the suprasensory world must be brought together and then looked at and pondered together. Only then can we get an impression of the real nature of the suprasensory world and what we experience there. That is as far as I wanted to go for now. In today's second lecture, I will continue from here and describe our further experiences between death and new birth. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled At Home in the Universe, Exploring Our Suprasensory Nature. This is Lecture 4 entitled Through Midnight to Birth, given in the evening on November 17th, 1923. In the lecture earlier today, we looked at how our life between death and a new birth can be conceived of as a journey through spheres of the spiritual world. We saw at the same time how one can gain a perspective for this journey through certain spiritual regions in reference to the positions of specific stars. But before going further, let us look more closely at the nature of this passage through such areas marked by positions of stars. It might seem as though it would be enough to describe suprasensory human existence between two earthly lives, only as it was presented in title Theosophy, for instance. Certainly, it is absolutely right to begin by becoming familiar with those realms in this way. But our knowledge must progress and expand. Thus, it is necessary to approach these matters in a way that includes the unity of the cosmos and the harmonious cooperation between the suprasensory and sensory worlds. And it may be said in this connection that the whole relationship of the various regions traversed between death and the new birth is also manifested in terms of spatio-temporal relationships between the stars. Therefore, we present a true picture by speaking of these spiritual regions in terms related to the stars. And it is true indeed that when pointing to a star, we indicate a place to which we must refer in relation to any suprasensory region. It could be argued that what exists between death and a new birth cannot be thought of in terms of space, or perhaps only to a certain degree. This is perfectly true, but it does have something to do with space. Everything outside space and time plays into space and time. And because people must think and conceptualize in spatio-temporal terms, the imagery of the stars, once acquired, provides an excellent image of what lies beyond the senses. One thing, however, must be added. We learn in physics that processes in the physical world that are subject to gravity change out in cosmic space. Physicists report that gravity decreases in proportion to the square of the distance. The intensity of light also ebbs in the same proportion. But people refuse to admit one thing, that all knowledge derived from Earth about physical matters, such as gravity, light, and so on, is from this Earth. And though it applies to Earth and its immediate environment, it is plausible that it very well might lose some degree of validity out in space. We are thus justified in speaking of today's generally accepted knowledge as true only for Earth and its immediate surroundings. Just as gravitational force decreases in proportion to the square of the distance, so too the truth of our conclusions decreases as we move away from Earth. When an astronomer or astrophysicist, for example, uses ordinary thinking to determine what takes place in a spiral nebula out in space, it is like trying to calculate the weight of a stone, according to conditions on Earth, in a spiral nebula out in the heavens. Consequently, we should not be surprised when spiritual science tells us that matters look one way here on Earth and completely different out in the cosmos. Here the moon appears as we are used to seeing it, but in reality it is a cosmic community, consisting of what I described in this afternoon's lecture. Those are the facts regarding the stars and constellations. We must keep this in mind as I describe the matters that now become the object of our studies. So far, the lectures have brought us to the point where we move into the sun sphere during our life between death and a new birth. In this region, the spirit form of the lower part of the human being changes into what the head will become in the next earthly life. We must remember, of course, that our path between death and a new birth takes us through all these planetary spheres twice. After death, we pass first into the moon sphere, then we go on into the spheres of Mercury, Venus, and the Sun. That is where we left off in our description. In the sun sphere, the lower human being begins to be transformed into the upper human, so that the limbs are transformed, at first spiritually, into what will be the human head organization. This metamorphosis is an infinitely grand and sublime work, and anyone who studies the human head only in a physical connection has no idea of all that must work together in the cosmos to bring about the spiritual model of this human head, a seed that then unites with the physical embryo. This work on the spiritual model of the head, which then acts upon the physical embryo, begins during the period after death that we spend in the region of the sun. After this work has been begun in the sun sphere, we go into the Mars sphere, then into the Jupiter and Saturn spheres. The Saturn sphere is really the last one that we then enter, since Uranus and Neptune do not enter our picture. During this whole time spent passing through these realms, we work on the spiritual archetype of the head. Our path then leads us even farther into the cosmic expanse, out into the vast cosmic ocean where metamorphosis continues until we begin our return path. Then, returning through the regions of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars to the region of the sun, we come again, finally, to the sphere of the moon. We will hear more about this return path later. For now, we will consider our experiences once our time in the region of the sun is ended. Until we reach the sun sphere, our experiences are connected most closely with ourselves. In the previous lecture, I told you about how we wear a countenance that expresses our good and bad qualities, and how this enables us to see others who are similar to ourselves. I also told you how we gradually change our spirit form and begin to resemble the beings of the suprasensory world, and how we are then able to view the beings of the third and second hierarchies. If we wish to describe human beings up to the stage of the sun existence, we must focus on and describe their spirit form. But once we enter the sun region, we experience something I refer to as living into cosmic music, or music of the spheres. We hear the meaning of all the interplay between the starry realms in the cosmic harmony and melody. This interactivity of the stars, which simultaneously expresses the interaction of the spiritual beings in these regions, ultimately evokes the phenomenon expressed as cosmic harmony and cosmic melody. It is primarily the life of feeling in its spiritual metamorphosis that is quickened and stimulated as we enter the sun existence. Our whole experience is like cosmic melody and cosmic harmony that vibrates through our whole being. At this stage of our life between death and a new birth, we do not need theory or anything that can be expressed in words. What we need is the universal feeling that fills our entire being, the melodious and harmonious quality with which the various cosmic beings work together. And now, something else occurs that clearly shows us the relationship of the two worlds, the physical sensory world and the suprasensory or extra-physical world. The moment we enter the sun existence and are approached by the melodies and harmonies of the spheres from every direction of the cosmos, we sense the last remnants of one of the most spiritual faculties we had during earthly existence, the last remnants of speech. Now, even our spiritual shape has fallen away during our journey between death and rebirth. We have become like the round sphere of the universe because our human form has been transformed into a head shape during our sun existence. In other words, everything about our spirit form that could remind us of earthly existence has fallen away. Now, the aspect of our earthly being that was expressed through our ability to speak and pour thoughts into the form of words, the sole meaning of our speech, crops up uncomfortably, at least as things are at present on earth, in the memory as a dissonant element in the cosmic music. A dissonant element actually enters the cosmic music because we carry a remnant of our speech capacities into our sun sphere existence. What we carry into this sphere becomes the basis for the work of certain higher beings whose task is to help the earth from their place in the cosmos. Above all, they see in human speech how earthly existence has decayed and degenerated. Human speech does not really develop out of us with elemental force in any of the current European or American languages. Perhaps the nature of what speech was at one time could manifest again on earth, owing to the fact that some of us are learning eurythmy. What really happens when we learn eurythmy? Today a word is spoken casually, without the slightest idea of how its whole structure is related to our inner soul experience. Indeed, the way words are spoken today merely conforms to convention. People no longer give thought to the fact that by saying "ah" as a separate sound, they express the pure sound of the soul's awe and wonder. By speaking the sound "b," we imply that something is being covered, enveloped, or wrapped up. Consonants invariably refer to forms. Vowels always signify feeling. The inner essence of soul is represented by vowels, and form always by consonants. Consequently, "b" is primordially connected with enfolding. It is really a dwelling, so to speak, or little house. When I speak the sound of "b," I signify enfolding. When I say "ah," it expresses wonder in the very depths of my soul. The consonant sound of "t" expresses settling down, stopping, and lingering. The sound of "d" is a gentler stop. Suppose I say "Bad," German for bath. If I go back to the word's origin, when it was truly felt and seen, I would say, "The water surrounds me as an enveloping sheath. B. It is comfortably warm. Ah. I am led to ah, and now I stay within it. D." This whole experience is contained in the word. Today, this kind of analysis is somewhat humorous because people no longer experience words. If we want to experience the word "bat," we would say, "This dwelling where I feel wonder and in which I sit." Speech is indeed filled with soul experience. The inner experience of the human soul flows into and permeates it. Speech was once such that one could sense it in this way. In the original primordial languages, speech was all perception of feeling and form. The perception of feeling in vowels and form in consonants. Today this has fallen away, leaving only convention. Our way of life is such that words have become no more than memorized habit. In eurythmy, however, we transform the sounds b, ah, d back into their corresponding gestures. In performing the gestures, a eurythmist must reclaim the experience of speech. One may hope that as more and more people come to love eurythmy, people will find their way back to a way of speaking that is felt and seen. This was the nature of the primordial tongues. In this way, eurythmy will eventually become much more than the new art it is now. It will become a guide to show human beings how the spiritual soul life may be carried on the waves and rhythms of speech. Now is a time when many people speak with such little articulation, let alone soul, that we can no longer really call it speech at all. People spit their words. In speech today, very little is born from the soul. There is real cause for despair in today's lack of soul and life in words, not to mention the failure even to articulate. So in our day, when human beings enter the sun existence after death, a shrill discord arises from earth into the music of the cosmos. And it is precisely this condition of speech that helps certain spiritual beings to recognize degenerate manifestations in earthly existence, and how to find the forces and impulses that can return to a kind of ascent. We continue our journey between death and a new birth, and thus enter the Mars existence. What does it mean to say that we enter Mars existence? At this point, we can no longer speak of a human spirit form, because now the human being has been completely transformed into a spiritual image of the great cosmic spheres. The path leads on through the spheres of Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and into the billowing waves of the cosmos. In the region of Mars, human beings experience the, in quotes, population of Mars. These inhabitants of Mars are revealed as either discarnate human souls or hierarchical beings, mostly those of the higher hierarchies, from whose entire being cosmic speech reverberates into space. Human beings have now arrived in the region where cosmic music becomes cosmic speech. At first they hear it, and then they become interwoven with cosmic speech themselves. Instead of the imitative human speech, they listen to creative speech, speech through which things come into being. This takes place during our passage through the Mars sphere. While we pass through the Mars sphere, we learn in a conscious way from the beings there. The spiritual population of the Mars sphere consists of beings who know the cosmic speech, along with other beings who are warlike, and so on. But human beings are concerned primarily with the beings of the Mars sphere who are in fact wholly cosmic word. These are the protectors of cosmic speech. Our journey then leads us into the region of Jupiter, where beings guard cosmic thought. These beings radiate thought entities into our planetary system and its environs. And now we pass through this region, in which we become involved in a metamorphosis that I can describe only in the following rather schematic way. Picture how human beings become a kind of image of the cosmic spheres, into a spirit model for the head of their next earthly incarnation. After we have learned from the shrill dissonance of the earthly speech in the sun existence to lay aside this earthly speech, we grow into the cosmic speech while passing through Mars. We receive there the first predisposition for understanding cosmic speech. After the described transformation has begun, metamorphosing our lower limbs, the legs into the lower jaw, the arms into the upper jaw, and so on, We work at first with the beings of the higher hierarchies, preparing the spiritual model of the head. But during this time, the head is being prepared to understand the cosmos, not the earth. And it first learns cosmic speech and cosmic thoughts. Cosmic thoughts and cosmic speech live into human heads there. And just as here on Earth we know something about the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, so on our journeying through Mars and Jupiter do we know the mysteries of the spiritual cosmos. We develop the right feeling for what it is to be a human being when we become aware that as we pass through life between death and a new birth, we learn all the names of the wonderful, majestic beings of the higher hierarchies. Learn to understand what creative functions they perform in the universe. To form judgments not about how to get from The Hague to Amsterdam, but about how cosmic epoch emerges from cosmic epoch through the creative activity of the higher hierarchies, such as the transit through Jupiter. Next, we pass through Saturn existence. Saturn endows us with what we could call cosmic memory. Saturn is the cosmic region of spiritual beings who preserve the memory of all that has ever happened in our planetary system. Saturn is the grand repository of memories of all planetary events. In the Mars sphere, we learned the speech of the gods, and in the Jupiter sphere, the thoughts of the gods. Now, in our first transit through Saturn existence, we learn everything the gods of our planetary system remember. Thus, there is built into the spiritual archetype of our future earthly heads all that will prepare us to be citizens of the cosmos and to live among beings of the hierarchies, just as we live on Earth among the subordinate kingdoms of minerals, plants, and animals. Then, once we have been enriched deeply in our spiritual existence, to the degree that we understand the speech of the macrocosm in the broadest sense of the word, we enter the region called the sphere of fixed stars. In this region, there is no longer planetary activity, but the activity of fixed stars. There, work is done in the most profound sense, for the first time, with the cooperation of endless spiritual worlds, to bring together the elements needed for the primal archetype of the human head. Then we begin our return path, first into the Saturn sphere, which we can talk about tomorrow. Because we received the planetary memory into ourselves during our earlier transit through the Saturn sphere, a basis can now be established in the head for the faculty of memory needed in earthly life. Cosmic memory implanted into our being and made, in quotes, earthly. It is transformed into the capacity of human memory. And in the Jupiter sphere on the return path, all that we acquired by perceiving the thoughts of the gods becomes our capacity for understanding human thoughts, reflected by ordinary consciousness, once the spiritual archetype of the head has joined with the archetype of the physical embryo. Now, however, during our return through Saturn, a detailed plan can take place for the metamorphosis of the lower human into the various parts of the head. This is a wonderful activity. One human being works on another in harmony with the beings of the higher hierarchies. Truly, the work accomplished here in forming the human head is not unlike creating a whole universe. In the sphere I am now speaking of, as the existence between death and rebirth, every individual human head is seen as a wonderful world, one of infinite variety and detail. And this work requires the devotion of human beings linked by destiny, along with the cooperation and necessary effort of hierarchical beings who understand out of the mysteries of the cosmos how to form the human head. It is indeed wonderful to learn in this way about how we are constituted as human beings. Such knowledge cannot lead to pride or conceit. The world in which we live between death and a new birth prevents us from developing conceit. It would be absurd to fall prey to human delusions of grandeur among beings of the hierarchies, the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, because we always remain small compared to those beings with whom we create. In earthly existence, when we discover our nature in relation to the grand cosmic macrocosm between death and a new birth, we have good reason to remind ourselves of how little we really brought with us into earthly existence. We have very little cause to be proud of our present condition, nor can we be very proud of the way we were among the gods. By seeing what happens to us between death and a new birth, we can assess the true meaning of our humanity according to the work of the gods on us between death and rebirth. And we can gain a real sense of our responsibility and the tremendous effort we need to make to be worthy of our human status on earth. Now, along our path of return, we re-enter the Mars existence as the work on our being continues. The spiritual archetype for the structure of a new body is added, the chest and limb organization for our next earthly life. It is indeed true that the basis for the limbs in the previous earthly life now emerge as the basis for the head in the next incarnation. During our journey through the starry world, on the way to the next earthly life, new seeds are generated for the chest and limbs. The nature of this preparation is, of course, spiritual. As we pass through Mars again, what we acquired as the most sublime spirituality during our first passage through Mars that gave us the capacity to understand the cosmic word now becomes somewhat lower spiritually. It is transformed into a spiritual substance that later becomes the human I being. Also during our return through this sphere, the spiritual archetype for the larynx and respiratory system is added. Then we come again to the sun existence. This second journey through the sun sphere is extremely significant. Since our first sojourn in the sun existence, we passed through the spheres of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn into the realm of the stars, and now we return through Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. During this whole time, our entire being has been surrendered to and united with the cosmos. We have lived in the cosmos and learned cosmic speech. We have learned to weave cosmic thoughts into our being. We have not lived in our own memory, which comes to life later for us, but in the memory of the whole planetary system. We have felt united with the beings of the higher hierarchies in the memory of cosmic thoughts and cosmic speech. Now we return to the sun existence, where we begin to withdraw again to become separate individual beings. There is a vague, dawning feeling of separating from the cosmos. This is because the archetype for the human heart is now being established within us. The return journey continues as we pass through the Venus and Mercury spheres for the second time. There, the spiritual archetypes of the remaining organs are planted within us. After our second transit through the sun sphere, and such transits can span long periods of time, and well before we re-enter earthly existence, a highly significant turn of events takes place. On our return journey to Earth through the cosmos, we prepare the spiritual seed of the heart. This heart is not, of course, merely the form for a physical heart, though it has been indicated. It is a form enveloped by and interwoven with our entire worth as individual human beings as a result of prior earthly lives. The most important thing is not that we receive the archetype of the physical heart into ourselves in the sun sphere, but that this heart seed concentrates our whole moral being, our qualities of soul and spirit. This is all concentrated in the human heart. Prior to the uniting of the archetypal heart with the embryonic foundation of the future body, the cosmic heart is a spiritual and moral soul entity within us. We then unite this spiritual and moral soul essence, which we acquire and experience as we return to earth, with the archetype of the embryo. This concentration of our spiritual and moral soul nature is experienced by us in concert with the sublime beings of the sun, who oversee the creative forces of the whole planetary system and consequently our existence on the earth. Allow me to use an image to describe this to you. The impressions may sound strange, but they are appropriate. When we are given this cosmic heart, we are surrounded by the spiritual beings of the hierarchies who direct the whole planetary system in relation to earthly existence. Here, our attention is drawn to something absolutely magnificent and marvelous. It is difficult to describe what the human being experienced during this phase. In a certain sense, it is not unlike the way we feel in physical existence. In physical existence, we feel intimately connected with our heartbeat and the heart's activity as a whole. Likewise, through our microcosmic spiritual heart, we feel united with our whole being of soul and spirit. The moral being of soul and spirit that we have become at this moment of experience is a, quote, spiritual heartbeat, close quote, within us. Our whole being thus seems to be in the cosmos, just as our heartbeat is in us. We sense our whole being in the cosmos like our own heartbeat. And we feel a kind of circulatory process connected with it. On earth, we feel the blood's circulation in our heartbeat and our breathing in relation to it. Similarly, on our return journey through the sun existence, if I may express it in such an image, we feel the beat of our spiritual macrocosmic heart, and we feel as though currents were flowing from there to beings of the second hierarchy. Just as in the physical organism, our blood flows to the heart from the veins, likewise the words of exousiae, kuriatites, and dunamis pour into our spiritual soul being, now located within us. All that they say about the cosmos and cosmic judgment of human beings. The spirit of the cosmos, its words and its tones, become the circulation concentrated in this spiritual macrocosmic beating heart, the spiritual and moral soul of a human being. It is our spiritual human heart beating. At the same time, however, it is also the heartbeat of the world itself, the world we are in. And there, the works and forces that flow from the creative beings of the second hierarchy are experienced as the bloodstream. The human bloodstream is concentrated in the heart so that we can sense it subconsciously. The heart is indeed a sense organ for perceiving the blood's movement, not a pump, as physicists claim. The coursing of blood is brought about by our spirituality and vitality. Likewise, during this period of our life between death and a new birth, we are graciously privileged to bear within us one of these perceptive organs, a cosmic heart, created from the macrocosmic pulse that springs from the activity of the second hierarchy. Our return journey continues through the spheres of Mercury and Venus. First, however, at the cosmic moment, when we may truly sense that we are within the spiritual cosmic heart, we view the lineage of generations, ending with the parents to whom we will be born. Thus we are connected with our ancestral line relatively early. We are born of a father and a mother who each have a father and a mother, and so on, looking back about 100 years. But we must go even farther back, through several more centuries, because long before our birth on earth, we will have united with the genetic line that culminates with our next family. We determine our connection with that family line very early, while passing through the sun existence I have described. In our transit through the cosmic communities of Venus and Mercury, we are able to determine somewhat our destiny, so that it aligns as closely as possible with the circumstantial conditions we must experience through birth within a particular family and nation. Then we re-enter the moon sphere. Please recall that during our first transit through the moon sphere, our thoughts were directed toward the primordial sages and to Earth, in terms of both evil and good, back to the beginning of Earth's existence, when supra-human teachers imparted superior wisdom to earthly human beings. Now, as we enter the moon existence for the second time, our attention is drawn less toward ancient earthly events. The time we spend in this cosmic moon existence corresponds to the time between earthly conception and birth. Thus, the life of the human embryo is accompanied by a certain cosmic development. In the moon sphere, we pass through a certain phase of evolution. While on Earth there is a step-by-step preparation of the physical embryo with which we gradually unite. And what are we doing in a macrocosmic sense during this second moon development? In all of the experiences I have described thus far, human consciousness is much more clear and awake than ordinary consciousness during earthly life. It is tremendously important to be perfectly clear about the fact that dreaming consciousness is dull and waking consciousness is bright, and that our consciousness after death is even brighter. Our whole life here on earth is dreamy compared to the brightness of our awareness after death. Furthermore, with each new stage of life after death, consciousness becomes clearer and more alert. When we first ascend through the moon sphere, our consciousness brightens because we enter the environment of the wise primordial teachers of humanity. On our passage through the Mercury and Venus spheres, it grows brighter still. It thus becomes brighter with every entrance to another starry realm. During our return earthward, however, our consciousness goes through a corresponding sphere by sphere dimming. Although as we reach Mercury, it is still brighter than in ordinary earthly life. But then we enter the moon region. In this environment, we are shown what we were as human beings at the beginning of earthly evolution. Our consciousness is extinguished when we return to that sphere. There we experience the first illumined view of the suprasensory world in a state of consciousness brighter than any we can have on earth. And on the return to earth, our consciousness is dimmed to the point where it serves as no more than the forces of growth in a dreamy little child. Our consciousness has dimmed to a dreamy quality. Only then is it possible to unite what we have developed as our spiritual soul being with the embryo. Because of the single fact that we can have this necessary connection with the physical embryo, we develop in the moon sphere, in the company of the primordial teachers of humanity, for a period that parallels the 10 lunar months of embryonic development in the mother's body. This moon development involves the cooperation of an entire community of those teachers in reducing the consciousness we possessed on Mercury to the dreamy level of our re-entry to earthly existence. We can understand the physical human being. We see here on earth only through insight into the suprasensory nature of the human being. Our suprasensory being can never be comprehended through earthly information, but only through spiritual knowledge of the macrocosm. Thus far, our lectures were intended to show how we as earthly beings must be born from the cosmos as spiritual human beings. In tomorrow's lecture, we will look at the significance of earthly life itself, inasmuch as this suprahuman being enters earthly life. And we will come to understand why we leave it again and pass through the gate of death, taking into the spiritual world all that we acquire during our life here. Now that we have become acquainted with some aspects of our spiritual suprasensory being, tomorrow we shall return and consider the relationship between the suprasensory and physical human being. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled At Home in the Universe, Exploring Our Suprasensory Nature. This is the last lecture in the series, Lecture 5, entitled Earth and the Mystery of Karma, given on November 18th, 1923. To the best of our ability, we have tried in a few short hours to look at the human journey through the suprasensory world, the realm where human beings live between death and a new birth. Although we are usually unaware of it, our human forces also reach into that world while we are here on the physical earth, in our physical and etheric bodies. In the physical world, we sense our suprasensory existence more or less as mystery, one that, unless we find at least a partial answer to it, leaves us inwardly without harmony, stability, and security. Indeed, our very life would lack energy and vitality, and true human love would remain beyond reach. Just by observing the human being here, we can see an aspect of our suprasensory human nature, and this can help us understand why the divine spiritual realms sent us into this world of physical senses. In fact, the reason is that knowledge of the suprasensory world must first be spoken of to people here in the physical world. We would have to approach questions of the suprasensory world very differently if we were to speak of them to those who have died and who are passing through their existence between death and a new birth. So today, as we consider human life on earth, it will be appropriate to conclude our study by allowing our minds to light up with what we have received so far concerning the mysteries of the suprasensory world. Let us begin by considering human life on earth. In other words, let us consider ourselves. First, we have our senses. They provide us with information about all that surrounds us. Our senses are the cause of our earthly joy and happiness, as well as our suffering and pain. As human beings, we sometimes fail to consider how significant our sense impressions and experiences are for our lives. And studies such as we have been devoting ourselves to for the past several days take us beyond our life of the senses into spiritual realms. It might seem as though this anthroposophic spiritual science could lead us to underrate sensory life, even to the point of saying that it has little importance and that we should escape it in our own earthly life. Such an attitude, however, is not the result of a spiritual scientific study. Such feelings can never be the ultimate goal of spiritual science. It simply tells us that there are certain ways of living life in the senses that are incompatible with human worth and dignity, and that it is possible to give up the life of the senses in its inferior aspects and regain its deeper significance on a higher spiritual level. we would have good reason to avoid spiritual study if it took away the meaning of all the beauty that flows into our souls when we observe the wonderful world of flowering plants and fruiting trees, or any other aspect of the natural realm, such as the starry heavens and so on. And if, as a result, we were advised to abandon all this in favor of spiritual contemplation. But this is not at all how it is. When you recall what the initiates and masters of various ages offered for the perfection and dignity of human life, you find that they never diminished the beauty, splendor, and majesty of our earthly life of the senses. Their poetry and other arts were marvelous when describing suprasensory reality. We have only to recall such images as the lotus flower to see that initiates never shied from depicting the spiritual development through images grounded in sensory experience, and that it was their belief that what we find, or at least can find, in the world of the senses leads to the highest. But we human beings cannot find satisfaction in the sensory world as perceived by ordinary consciousness, because although the impressions that enter us through our eyes and ears and other senses is connected with our capital I being and its whole life and development, it does not really give our eye anything to support inner certainty. We gaze outward to the beauty and splendor of flowers and face a world of infinite variety. When we turn our gaze inward toward the eye, at first our ordinary consciousness feels as though the eye has vanished. It seems like it is merely a point of spirit within us that says little more than the empty word I. This is also not surprising. Just consider that before the EYEI can see, it must forget itself completely. It is the nature of our senses that they must surrender to the world so that they can mediate properly between the world and the human being. The EYEI has to be completely transparent to convey the glory, grandeur, and beauty of the outer world in all its brilliant color and radiance. And the same is true of the other senses. Really, we know nothing of our senses. Is there any way we can know and understand their true nature? To do this, we must again follow the path to the suprasensory world. Even knowledge of the senses is gained only by traversing the suprasensory world. You are familiar with my descriptions of the paths that lead into the higher worlds. Footnote, see, for example, title, A Way of Self-Knowledge, and title, How to Know Higher Worlds. End of footnote. Try to picture vividly what imaginative knowledge can be. You withdraw from physical perception of the outer world and enter imaginative cognition. But the most interesting thing that happens on this path is something I will describe for you through an image. When you approach the world of imagination in meditation, using methods presented in some familiar book on the subject, you begin to struggle to free the etheric body from your physical organism, so that this etheric body, our first suprasensory aspect, becomes conscious to some degree. You can detect the point in time when you are between ordinary sensory perception and imaginative perception, when you have not yet attained imagination in a developed sense, but are on the way to it. Now, let us picture a person who is on the way from ordinary sensory perception to imagination and is traveling into high mountains where granite is especially abundant, granite with a high content of quartz or silica. As we work toward imagination, our soul forces can develop especially well amid an abundance of silicious rock that is rich in quartz. We succeed in developing certain inner soul capacities on the first attempt because high mountain quartz rock makes a special impression on us. This quartz is initially only slightly transparent, but as soon as we have struggled through to the stage I have described, this mineral becomes completely transparent. We climb into the high mountains, and the silicious rock appears as transparent as glass, but in such a way that one has the feeling that something flows from one's own being to unite with the silicious rock. Right there, at the Earth's outermost surface, through a kind of natural offering of our consciousness, we unite with the Earth's whole surface. At this moment, it seems as though our very eyes are sending out streams that penetrate the quartz. At the same moment, something comes to life in us that causes us to feel united with the whole Earth existence. In this unity with the quartz, feeling one with the whole universe, we experience our first real oneness with it that is not merely the product of a dream or some abstract thought. In this way, an intimate awareness can light up within us, which perhaps I can express by saying, quote, "Earth, you are not alone in the cosmos. You are indeed one with the great cosmos, along with me and all earthly beings." Close quote. Through this experience of oneness with the silicious rock, we no longer view the Earth as separate from the rest of the universe, but as one etheric sphere formed from the universal etheric sphere. This is our first feeling. There are many ancient songs and ancient myths filled with wondrous revelations that sing to us across the ages in the literature from a time of inherent human clairvoyance. Today people read such songs and myths and like to feel that it lifts their hearts and souls. But the truth of such songs and myths eludes people of our time. We cannot even be affected by a true feeling for the Bhagavad Gita, for example, or some other Indian or Eastern literature, unless spiritual insight shows us the real possibility of our unity with the Earth, leading to oneness with the whole cosmos. In many cases, the mood of those old songs and ballads arose from such oneness. It is like a walking in consciousness with light, a light that penetrates the hard quartz, making it a cosmic eye through which we can look out into the vast expanses of the universe. Indeed, we can say that when we begin from reality in our description of the suprasensory human being, we feel inherently disinclined to be abstract and theoretical. Rather, we are predisposed to present it in a way that links the feeling life of the human soul to the ideas we express. This should deeply stir our hearts whenever we study our suprasensory nature, that it is impossible to express our spiritual knowledge without uniting our thoughts and ideas with the whole human being in will and feeling. We must endure life, but one of the things most difficult to bear for those who are aware of the true human elements of suprasensory knowledge is to hear the way certain people turn spiritual understanding into fixed theories. Theoretical discussion of the spiritual world is no less painful than holding your finger in a flame. After we've progressed a certain degree in suprasensory cognition, when we understand through imagination the suprasensory forces that are active in us between birth and death, we can continue by attaining the level of suprasensory knowledge related to inspiration. Through inspiration, we can see into the nature of what we were before birth, when we descended into earthly life, and we can also see what we will become after passing through the gate of death. Everything described in these lectures can be seen. Our journey through the various regions in which our countenance is formed and where we metamorphose from the previous life into a new earthly life. Through inspiration, we can view everything I have described as our journey through the various starry worlds. Inspiration, through which we look so deeply into our own inner being, assumes a particular nuance when we consider that what can be described as our experience in the life between death and rebirth also lives in us during our life here on earth. Indeed, all the grandeur and cosmic majesty that must be portrayed by describing the true human being as a denizen of the starry worlds, and indeed even the worlds of the higher hierarchies, is also alive in us as we stand here on the earth, seemingly insignificant creatures from the spatial perspective within the skin of our physical bodies. Inasmuch as our knowledge can penetrate what we contain as a physical heritage of our true being between death and a new birth, we can also do something more. We can penetrate to the depths of our planet Earth, to its veins of metal ores of lead, silver, and copper, to everything that lives as the metallic elements of the rocky earth. When observed with the ordinary senses, the metallic substances initially do little more than suggest the various kinds of earth in which they occur. But when we penetrate the earth with a spiritually honed perception that tells us about the human spirit, something special happens to the metallic elements within the earth. All the copper, silver, and gold in the earth begin to speak in a rich and mysterious language. As we live on earth, we are confronted by something that gives us a more intimate relationship with the living soul being of the earth itself. Metal ores tell us something. They become cosmic memories for us. This is actually what happens. Consider yourselves, for example, when you nurture an active inner stillness and allow old memories to bring many things into your soul, you feel as though you were living again in numerous past experiences. You reconnect with many who over the course of your life become dear and may have died long ago. You feel remote from the present and deeply involved with the joys and sorrows of previous experiences you have lived through. Something very similar, but on a much larger scale, happens when we unite with the veins of metal in the earth through the inner light of spiritual insight, of suprasensory cognition. This is different from the experience of quartz, in which we are transported in a kind of visual sense into the vast cosmic spaces. In this case, we become one, in a certain sense, with the body of the earth. As you perceive inwardly the metallic veins in their wonderful speech, you feel united with the innermost soul and heartbeat of the earth itself, and you become aware of memories that are not your own. Memories echo inwardly. They are the earth's own memories of its earlier stages, before it was our earth, before the present animal and plant kingdoms began to dwell on it, and before the minerals that now exist in its depths. Along with the earth, one remembers those ancient days when the earth was united with the other planets in our solar system. One recalls ages when the earth had not yet separated, because it had not yet condensed and become firm within, as it is today. One recalls a time when the whole solar system was an ensouled living organism, and human beings lived within it in a very different form. Thus, the metallic veins in the earth lead us to the earth's own memories. When we have this inner experience, we can understand very clearly why we are sent to the earth by the divine spiritual beings who guide the universal order. Living in the earth's memories like this causes us to gain a real sense of our own thinking for the first time. Because we have comprehended Earth's memories, we feel how our thinking is connected with the Earth itself. And the moment we make the Earth's memories our own, we are surrounded by the beings of the second hierarchy, Kyriates, Dunamis, and Exousiae. This is how, even in earthly life, we may be surrounded by the beings who surround us at a certain time between death and a new birth, as described. We fully realize that we contact beings of the second hierarchy while we are incarnated on earth between birth and death. But these beings do no more than work with us between death and rebirth to transform our being. They also play a role in forming the cosmos as a whole. Here we see how the higher cosmic order gives these beings the responsibility for everything in the earth related to the influences of those veins of metal. Now, we can look back again. What I discussed before about the experience of quartz was probably not immediately understood, because it is not very obvious. But our marvelous experience of the Earth's memories in relation to the veins of metal does speak plainly. Now, however, we can return and try to understand something that perhaps was not understood at first. Now we become aware that we are surrounded by beings of the third hierarchy, angels, archangels, and archai, as we soar into the great cosmic whole, borne by the light that permeates quartz. And we learn something very special. As we ascend into the high mountains or descend to veins of metal deep in the earth, the reality of it is not communicated to us by our ordinary senses. We become familiar with the marvel that in the high mountain regions of the silicious rock, angels, archangels, and archai weave and hover over those rocky peaks. And when we descend into the earth, we find the beings of the second hierarchy permeate the paths of metallic veins. We can also say that during earthly life, we are among the spiritual beings connected with our innermost being between death and a new birth. When a certain time has elapsed after passing through the gate of death, we arrive consciously in the realms of angels, archangels, and archai. The condition of consciousness we have developed in this disembodied state enables us to perceive the beings around us, just as we perceive the four kingdoms of the natural world during our life on earth. But when our higher level of consciousness there enables us to behold angels, archangels, and archai, everything that the senses could perceive has disappeared, because our senses have been surrendered to the elements with our bodies. Between death and a new birth, we perceive nothing of the earthly sensory life. Then the angels, archangels, and archai narrate for us the story of what they are doing down on earth. This is the appropriate way to say it, since it fits the situation exactly. They recount how they are occupied with more than the life they live with us. They whisper, quote, "We also participate in cosmic creation. We are the creative beings of the cosmos, and we look down in earth existence upon the earthly forms shaped by the quartz rock and its relatives." Close quote. Then, while among these angels, archangels, and archai, between death and a new birth, we realize that we must return to earth, because during this time we come to know the beings of the third hierarchy. We also hear them speak in a wonderful way of their works on earth. We realize that we can perceive their activities only by descending to earth, clothed in a physical human body, and thus partaking of sensory impressions. Indeed, the deepest secrets of sensory perception, not just those available in high mountain country, but everything that the senses convey, are revealed to us in the wonderful words of the beings we are associated with between death and rebirth. Ordinary consciousness just cannot perceive the real mystery and beauty of physical nature, which is so great that after passing through the gate of death, our earthly memories of it are truly illuminated when we hear the third hierarchy describe what we perceived with our eyes, ears, and other senses on earth. Thus is the connection between what is physical and supraphysical. It is also the connection between physical human life and supraphysical life. The universe is full of splendor, and it is only proper that everything we see in physical existence delights and uplifts us. We come to know its actual mysteries once we have passed through the gate of death. The more we learn to rejoice in the physical world, the more deeply we enter into all the joy that the sense world bestows, and the greater the measure of understanding that we bring to the realm of the angels. They are waiting to tell us of the mysteries here on earth that we cannot yet understand, but that we do understand once we pass into the supraphysical realm. And our relationship is similar in the case of the second hierarchy, Kuriotetes, Dunamis, and Exousiae, within whom we live for a certain period between death and rebirth. We develop a special relationship with them by penetrating the earth's memories along the path of light of its veins of metal. Here again, however, we can understand our earthly experiences of the metals only when we have crossed over into the region of the second hierarchy. You see, one of the most beautiful experiences we can have is to be able to investigate the various relationships between metals and human health. And I have reason to hope that the anthroposophic movement will be particularly successful in uncovering the beauty to be found in this area of research. Every metal and metal compound has a specific connection to human health. As we go through life and experience health and illness, we continually form ties to the metals and their compounds that give the earth its memories. We must go beyond merely theorizing about the healing properties of lead and copper and their compounds and so on. These substances all constitute significant and valuable remedies if we know how to prepare them correctly. We must not be satisfied with talking in abstractions about the wonderful relationships between metals and the human being. Indeed, a feeling of reverence arises in us even now as we contemplate metallic veins in the earth's depths. But we must go another step and develop a deep understanding of the marvelous connection between metals and the human being. A connection first revealed to us once we have examined it from the perspective of the human being in relation to health and illness. As I suggested, it is hoped that much can be communicated to human hearts and minds through the anthroposophic movement in connection with this knowledge, since it is extremely important. In the past, it was not so important, because humankind had an inherent sense of all these relationships. They recognized that the lead process is related to this or that in the human head, and they knew the connections involved in the silver process. The ancients spoke often of such matters. People of more recent times may read about this, but fail to understand a word of it, because it is approached from a modern scientific perspective, as though it were merely vague and empty abstractions. Anthroposophic knowledge can deepen the mind and soul through contemplating the wonderful relationship between the metals and human health and illness. Thus, when we die, we can take with us into the spiritual world something to help us understand, in a very special way, the language of the second hierarchy. As a result of such preparation here on earth, we will take with us the necessary understanding so that the most profound mysteries of the universe can be revealed to us. This is a fact. We learn what anthroposophy teaches us not merely out of curiosity, but for its results once we have passed through the gate of death. Spiritual science offers us exactly what we need to find the right relationship with the beings we encounter between death and rebirth. because those beings make up the world that will then surround us, our whole being must find a connection with them. Thus, it is possible to present a detailed image of how we find such a relationship with those beings of the higher hierarchies between death and a new birth. But there is something else related to this as we pass through those regions, for which we will be well prepared by our understanding of what has just been described. Now we must describe another experience. Nature will reveal her mysteries to us if we can understand the relationship between Earth's metals and human health and illness. But there is something else involved in those secrets of nature. First, we hear the beings of the second hierarchy speak of the nature of one or another metallic element: gold, silver, lead, copper, and so on. On Earth, we have a certain relationship to the great spiritual world when we first learn to read. And it dawns on us that by reading, we can begin to penetrate many mysteries of the world, which might otherwise remain beyond our knowledge. Of course, I am using this metaphor for comparison only, because as an earthly experience, there is really nothing special in this process. Through the beings of the second hierarchy, at a certain point in our passage through the life after death, we familiarize ourselves with the language describing the metals and their connection with human health and illness. This language becomes what it should only when we can raise it from the level of prose in the spiritual cosmos to that of cosmic poetry, or more accurately, when we are able to lift ourselves to cosmic poetry. Initially, we are largely a tabula rasa in relation to poetry. On Earth, we can come to understand the voice, the rhythm, and the whole artistic form of verse, unless we lack all feeling for poetry. Likewise, when we ascend from dry prose to the poetry of the world beyond the threshold, we rise from speech of the second hierarchy, telling us of the relationship between the metals and human health, to an understanding of the mysteries of cosmic moral existence. This moral life encompasses not only human souls, but also the divine souls of all the hierarchical beings. And the mysteries of the soul element are opened to us, especially in this region. Then we can take another step. We can experience what I described as going up into the mountains and into the earth's depths. Everything remains still at first. We observe the quiet veins of metal and the stone along the mountain ridges. But we can go farther and try not to view things only with a dry utilitarian perspective, though we should not underrate that kind of observation, since we need to plant both feet firmly on the ground if we want to enter the suprasensory world, healthy in body and spirit. We can try to not stop short at what is thus far revealed to us, but instead continue by observing metals melting in a fiercely hot fire, and how they change from a solid to a liquid. By visiting a foundry, for example, we see iron in the furnaces as it is made to flow radiantly, or witness the processes in which metal ores, such as antimony, are transformed not only from solid to liquid, but gradually into other states. As the metals are subjected to fire, we can allow what happens to them to affect us. And thus, something quite new and different impresses the spiritual insight we have nurtured, and we develop a tremendously profound impression of the mysteries of our own existence. I have often referred to this by saying that we should consider human beings in comparison to animals. The various kinds of anatomical comparisons made today, human and animal bones, muscles, and even blood, do reveal certain affinities. But human superiority to animals becomes evident only when we consider the fact that the spines of animals are, for the most part, parallel with the Earth's surface. whereas that of the human being is vertical. Or consider our marvelous possession of language, with which the animals are not gifted, and go on from there to our capacity to think, which is developed from speech. When we observe how speaking and thinking develop in children, and how their whole orientation in life begins with attaining an upright posture, we witness the activity of the marvelous forces whereby children find their way dynamically into the world. We see how the orientation of a child's limbs expresses itself in the melody and articulation of speech. If we observe how we actually build and shape ourselves in the world of the senses, we see formative forces quietly at work. It is indeed wonderful to see a child's growth as months pass, seeing the progress from crawling to upright walking, and the adjustment of the whole orientation of the child's body and limbs to the world's dynamics, and then the formation of speech and thinking from the physical being. With the mind at rest, we can contemplate this in all its wonder, watching the quiet majesty with which it presents itself to the observer. We observe a child learning to walk and talk and think, and it seems to be the most beautiful thing one can witness in human life. We gather impressions of this beautiful element in human life, and then, on the other hand, we can also witness the melting of metals when exposed to fire. We perceive the spiritual archetype of this in children, which leads them to learn to walk and speak. The archetype of this power is revealed when flames take hold of the metal, making it flow. As the metal becomes more fluid, it becomes more volatile, and we have a clearer perception of the inner resemblance between that process, which is, in fact, metal's destiny, and the smelting and volatilizing process in cosmic fires that enable a little child to walk, speak, and think. And we realize that the beings of the first hierarchy, the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, are involved in a twofold activity. One aspect of this is that they speak to us from the spiritual world into which we pass midway through our life between death and a new birth, where they reveal the mysteries of planetary and other cosmic activities, as I have described during the last few days. They also work down into the visible world. Here in the visible realm, the influences of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones are active, on the one hand, in little children as they learn to walk, speak, and think, and on the other hand, in everything behind the earth's process in which fire plays a role, such as when fire melts glowing metals. Our planet Earth is indeed built up through the melting and glowing of metals and the forces of fire. As we look back to ancient times, when this planet Earth was being built, we see in the metal melting through the forces of fire an aspect of the works of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones in the earthly world. In particular, how the beings of the first hierarchy accomplished this work, supported primarily by the thrones. We can look back into the ancient times of Earth and see how metals glowed and liquefied as they were subjected to the forces of fire, and how they played a special role in the Earth's manifestation. The thrones had an especially active role in this, with the seraphim and cherubim quietly working alongside. It is the cherubim, however, who play the main role when children learn to walk, talk, and think. But it is always the beings of the first hierarchy that we see working harmoniously in both of these activities. This kind of knowledge links earthly death with resurrection in our life beyond the threshold. Such knowledge reveals the kinship between the cosmic fires by which metals are melted and the powers that make us truly human. Thus the whole world becomes one, and we realize that our earthly life between birth and death is really no different than our life in the spiritual world beyond the threshold. Life between death and a new birth is a metamorphosis of earthly life. We know how one becomes the other, and thus how one is merely a different form of the other. When such insights lift our souls, more are added along with them. Indeed, these other insights can also come in another way. Try to imagine what I have been describing today as the wonderful relationship between the way fire forces melt and vaporize metals and the process of children learning to walk and speak and think. If you meditate on this in such a way that it deepens you inwardly, a force will take hold of your soul that allows you to solve a great mystery of life, so that the soul is developed and enriched. I am speaking of the functioning of karma, or destiny, in the human being. We can come to a real understanding of human destiny and karma through the twofold experience of seeing a child learning to walk, talk, and think on the one hand, and the melting and vaporizing of metals subjected to fire on the other. Karma is revealed in the fiery smelting of metals and in the appropriate transformation of a child's animal nature into human nature when learning to walk, talk, and think. Karma is the suprasensory element that reaches into our immediate active human life. As we progress in our meditation, we come to understand the mysteries of destiny that weave through our life. On the one hand, we have a picture of the destiny of metals as they are subjected to fire, and on the other, the destiny of the primal human being descended to earth and learning to walk, talk, and think. Between these images, we find what we need to know of the mystery of karma for our human life. So you see, the suprasensory human being speaks into the human world of the senses about the matter of human destiny. This is what I wanted to speak to you about as part of our study of a suprasensory human being. We could never base such a study on abstract theories. To understand the human being, we must reach into all the mysteries involved in the being of nature as well as in the spirit of the cosmos. Ultimately, human beings are intimately connected with all the mysteries of nature and universal spirit. The human being is in fact a universe in miniature. But we must not imagine that whatever happens on a grand scale out in the macrocosm occurs in the same way in the microcosm. As the metals melt, majestic flames of the fire's forces flow out to the very limits of macrocosmic space, and such boundaries do exist. My dear friends, try to picture these fiery forces through which metals become fluid and volatile. This vaporized substance radiates into the vast expanses of the universe, but it returns in the forces of light and its warmth. And as it returns from cosmic space, it takes hold of a child who can only crawl and helps that child to stand upright and walk. So we see the upward flow of currents in melting metals. They turn around when they have gone far enough out into the cosmos and return as the forces that lift a child into uprightness. What we see on the one hand, we find also on the other. This gives you a picture of the ascending and descending cosmic forces of metamorphosis and transformation that work in the spirit of the cosmos. Now, you will also be able to understand the true meaning of something else related to the knowledge of ancient times, the old practice of sacrifice. People sent their sacrificial flame, along with what they burned within it, out into vast cosmic space to the gods, so that it might return to work in the human world. The attitude of the priestly sage toward the sacrificial fire may be expressed in these words. Quote, "O flame, I commit to you what is mine on earth. As the smoke ascends, may the gods accept it. May what is borne upward by flame become divine blessing, poured again upon the earth as creative fructifying power." Close quote. As we hear the words of those ancient sacrificial priests who spoke of suprasensory worlds, we realize that they too were speaking of the cosmic mysteries of which we are a part. My dear friends, this is what I wanted to say to you about our supersensory nature as human beings, as it is understood by spiritual science. The end of Lecture 5 and the end of this cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner.
The Holy Bible, the authorized 1611 King James Version, the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, read by Justin Bible. May God bless you with an unquenchable thirst for His holy word, the Bible. The first book of Moses called Genesis. Genesis, chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness He called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called He seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 4th day. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth, and the open firmament of heaven." And God created great whales, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let the fowl multiply in the earth." And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind." And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. The book of Genesis, chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because that in it he rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pison, that is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon, the same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man, and put him into the garden of Eden, to dress it and to keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. And the Lord God said, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an help, meet for him. And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam, to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an help meet for him. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. The book of Genesis, chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree, of which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. And the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins, and clothe them. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, and a flaming sword which turned every way, to keep the way of the tree of life. The book of Genesis, chapter 4. And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived, and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And Abel he also brought of the firstling of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived, and bare Enoch. And he builded a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methusael, and Methusael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. And Ada bare Jabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Zillah she also bare Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his wives, Ada and Zillah, Hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son, and called his name Seth. For God, said she, hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord. The book of Genesis, chapter 5. This is the book of the generations of Adam. And the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enos. And Seth lived after he begat Enos 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enos lived 90 years, and begat Cainan. And Enos lived after he begat Cainan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enos were 905 years, and he died. And Cainan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalaleel. And Cainan lived after he begat Mahalaleel 840 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Cainan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalaleel lived 65 years, and begat Jared. And Mahalaleel lived after he begat Jared 830 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalaleel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years, and he begat Enoch. And Jared lived after he begat Enoch 800 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years, and begat Methuselah. And Enoch walked with God after he begat Methuselah 300 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, and begat Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begat a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which the Lord hath cursed. And Lamech lived after he begat Noah 595 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The book of Genesis, chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord, that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man, whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air. For it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Room shalt thou make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof. With lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven. And everything that is in the earth shall die. But with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons and thy wife, and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. 2 of every sort shall come unto thee, to keep them alive. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Thus did Noah, according to all that God commanded him, so did he. The book of Genesis, chapter 7. And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by sevens, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. And every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according to all that the Lord commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him, into the ark because of the waters of the flood, of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. And the 600th year of Noah's life, and the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bare up the ark, and it was lift up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth. And the ark went upon the face of the waters, and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth. And all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. The book of Genesis, chapter 8. And God remembered Noah and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. And he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro, until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot. And she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand, and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, was the earth dried. And God spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife, and thy sons wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor. And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living, as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. The book of Genesis, chapter 9. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And God spake unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, This is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. The book of Genesis, chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tyrus. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Rithaph, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sapta, and Raamah, and Septika. And the sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, Even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Asher, and builded Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah. And Resen between Nineveh and Calah, the same is a great city. And Mizraim begat Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Cashluhim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgasite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam, and Asher, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begat Almodad, and Sheleph, and Hazar-Maveth, and Jerah, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Obal, and Obimiel, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan, and their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. The book of Genesis, chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence, upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begat Selah. And Arphaxad lived after he begat Selah 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Selah lived 30 years, and begat Eber. And Selah lived after he begat Eber 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years, and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years, and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years, and begat Serug. And Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years, and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begat Terah 119 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years, and begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren, she had no child. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. The book of Genesis, chapter 12. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram, and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land. And there builded he an altar unto the Lord, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still, toward the south. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, Behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife. And they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep, and oxen, and he-asses, and men servants, and maidservants, and she-asses, and camels. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues, because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram, and said, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, She is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now therefore, behold thy wife. Take her, and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. The book of Genesis, chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south. And Abram was very rich, in cattle, and silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle, and the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east. And they separated themselves the one from the other. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward, for all the land which thou seest. To thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord. The book of Genesis, chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the salt sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emims in Shavi Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to Enmishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites, that dwelt in Hazes Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same is Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer the king of Elam, and with Tidal king of nations, and Amraphel king of Shinar, and Arioch king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Ishcal and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him, at the valley of Shavi, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him, and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, which have delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand unto the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion. The book of Genesis, chapter 15. After these things the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus. And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, Whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, and horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. And the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. The Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. The book of Genesis, chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and thee. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleaseth thee. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of thy mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou God seest me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Beer-lahai-roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son. And Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old, when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram. The book of Genesis, chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram, and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me, and be thou perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed after thee in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee, and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee and to thy seed after thee the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession. And I will be their God. And God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall keep, between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man-child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man-child in your generations, he that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man-child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. And God said unto Abraham, As for Sarai thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? And Abraham said unto God, Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. And God said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee, at this set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as God had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9, when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old, when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. The book of Genesis, chapter 18. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, So do, as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran into the herd, and fetched a calf, tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am waxed old shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And the Lord said unto Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return unto thee, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. And the Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me. And if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near, and said, Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place, for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, Behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, Peradventure there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, O let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it, if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, O let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way, as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. The book of Genesis, chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides, son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city? Bring them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxen great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my lord. Behold now, thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city, for the which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou become thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord, and he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar. And he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us, after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in, and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Benammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. The book of Genesis, chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her. And he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. And God said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister, she is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me, at every place whither we shall come. Say of me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech, and his wife, and his maidservants, and they bare children. For the Lord had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. The book of Genesis, chapter 21. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as God had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old, when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. And she said, Who would have said unto Abraham, that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the child grew, and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast, the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And God said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman. In all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice. For in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went, and sat her down over against him a good way off, as it were a bow shot. For she said, "Let me not see the death of the child." And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice, and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven, and said unto her, "What aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand, for I will make him a great nation." And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time, that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou doest. Now therefore swear unto me here by God, that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wot not who hath done this thing, neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take of my hand, that they may be a witness unto me, that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swear both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Phicol the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. The book of Genesis, chapter 22. And it came to pass after these things, that God did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and then went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah-Jireh, as it is said to this day, In the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the 2nd time, and said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed, as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things, that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Camil the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazel, and Pildash, and Jitlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah. She bare also Tebah, and Gaham, and Thahash, and Maacah. The book of Genesis, chapter 23. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiriath-arba, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spake unto the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my lord, thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up, and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he hath, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place amongst you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it thee. Bury thy dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money, with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, the same as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. The book of Genesis, chapter 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I dwell, but thou shalt go unto my country and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. And the servant said unto him, Peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou camest? And Abraham said unto him, Beware thou that thou bring not my son thither again. The Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and sware to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city, by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink, and she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for my servant Isaac, and thereby shall I know that thou hast showed kindness unto my master. And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hasted, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hasted, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit, whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee. Is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor. She said moreover unto him, We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head, and worshipped the Lord. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran, and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man. And behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord. Wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house, and room for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. And he said, Speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord hath blessed my master greatly, and he is become great. And he hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold, and men servants and maid servants and camels and asses. And Sarah my master's wife bare a son to my master when she was old, and unto him hath he given all that he hath. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell, but thou shalt go unto my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. And I said unto my master, Peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, The Lord before whom I walk will send his angel with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred and of my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this my oath, when thou comest to my kindred. And if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass, that when the virgin cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink. And she say to me, Both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels. Let the same be the woman whom the Lord hath appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in mine heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down unto the well, and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her, and said, Whose daughter art thou? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head, and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way, to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, The thing proceedeth from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10. After that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master. And they said, We will call the damsel, and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah, and said unto her, Wilt thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebekah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebekah, and said unto her, Thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. And Rebekah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the man. And the servant took Rebekah, and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well Lahairoi, for he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil, and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. The book of Genesis, chapter 25. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And Jokshan begat Sheba, and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Ashuram, and Letushim, and Leomim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Abidah, and Eldaah. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. But unto the sons of the concubines, which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham gave up the ghost, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well Lahairoi. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Tema, Cheter, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns, and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up the ghost, and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife, because she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him. And Rebekah his wife conceived, and the children struggled together within her. And she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like an hairy garment. And they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel. And his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. And Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau, because he did eat of his venison. But Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob sought pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said, Sell me this day thy birthright. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Jacob said, Swear to me this day. And he sware unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up, and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. The book of Genesis, chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech, king of the Philistines, unto Gerar. And the Lord appeared unto him, and said, Go not down into Egypt. Dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee. For unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I sware unto Abraham thy father. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because that Abraham obeyed my voice, and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his wife, and he said, She is my sister. For he feared to say, She is my wife, lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at a window, and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife. And Abimelech called Isaac, and said, Behold, of a surety she is thy wife. And how saidst thou, She is my sister? And Isaac said unto him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. And Abimelech said, What is this thou hast done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lion with thy wife, and thou shouldest have brought guiltiness upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He that toucheth this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Then Isaac sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold. And the Lord blessed him. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and great store of servants. And the Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. And Isaac departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Isaac digged again the wells of water, which they had digged in the days of Abraham his father, for the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Isaac's servants digged in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. And the herdmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they digged another well, and strove for that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence, and digged another well, and for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, For now the Lord hath made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. And he went up from thence to Beersheba. And the Lord appeared unto him the same night, and said, I am the God of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee, and will bless thee, and multiply thy seed for my servant Abraham's sake. And he builded an altar there, and called upon the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants digged a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzath one of his friends, and Phicol the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee. And we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee, that thou wilt do us no hurt, as we have not touched thee, and as we have done unto thee nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace. Thou art now the blessed of the Lord. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up betimes in the morning, and sware one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came, and told him concerning the well which they had digged, and said unto him, We have found water. And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old, when he took to wife Judith, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Bashemath the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Isaac and to Rebekah. The book of Genesis, chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him, My son. And he said unto him, Behold, here am I. And he said, Behold now, I am old. I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless thee before the Lord, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father peradventure will fill me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be thy curse, my son, only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because the Lord thy God brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near, and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field, which the Lord hath blessed. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be every one that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise, and eat of a son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that hath taken venison, and brought it me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety, and have taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob. And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, purposing to kill thee. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise. Flee thou to Laban my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until thy brother's fury turn away, until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me? The book of Genesis, chapter 28. And Isaac called Jacob and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence, of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother. And God Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people, and give thee the blessing of Abraham, to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which God gave unto Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan Aram unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan Aram to take him a wife from thence, and that as he blessed him he gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan, and that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the wives which he had Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. And Jacob went out from Beersheba, and went toward Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took of the stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it, and said, I am the Lord, God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid, and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. Then shall the Lord be my God. And this stone, which I have set for a pillar, shall be God's house. And of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the 10th unto thee. The book of Genesis, chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field. And lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it, for out of that well they watered the flocks. And a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither were all the flocks gathered. And they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in his place. And Jacob said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Haran are we. And he said unto them, Know ye Laban the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter cometh with the sheep. And he said, Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them. And they said, We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep. And while he yet spake with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel the daughter of Laban his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely thou art my bone and my flesh. And he abode with him the space of a month. And Laban said unto Jacob, Because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel, thy younger daughter. And Laban said, It is better that I give her to thee, than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her. And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening, that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for an handmaid. And it came to pass, that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, What is this thou hast done unto me? Did not I serve with thee for Rachel? Wherefore then hast thou beguiled me? And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also, for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 other years. And Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week. And he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said, Surely the Lord hath looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. And she conceived again, and bare a son, and said, Because the Lord hath heard that I was hated, he hath therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again, and bare a son, and said, Now this time will my husband be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again, and bare a son. And she said, Now will I praise the Lord. Therefore she called his name Judah, and left bearing. The book of Genesis, chapter 30. And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob, Give me children, or else I die. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel. And he said, Am I in God's stead, who hath withheld from thee the fruit of the womb? And she said, Behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to wife. And Jacob went in unto her. And Bilhah conceived, and bare Jacob a son. And Rachel said, God hath judged me, and hath also heard my voice, and hath given me a son. Therefore called she his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bare Jacob a second son. And Rachel said, With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. And she called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her Jacob to wife. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a son. And Leah said, A troop cometh. And she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a second son. And Leah said, Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, Give me, I pray thee, of thy son's mandrakes. And she said unto her, Is it a small matter that thou hast taken my husband? And wouldest thou take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, Therefore he shall lie with thee tonight for thy son's mandrakes. And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said, Thou must come in unto me, for surely I have hired thee with my son's mandrakes. And he lay with her that night. And God hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived, and bare Jacob the fifth son. And Leah said, God hath given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my husband. And she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and bare Jacob the sixth son. And Leah said, God hath endowed me with a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called his name Zebulun. And afterwards she bare a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And God remembered Rachel, and God hearkened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived, and bare a son, and said, God have taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, and said, The Lord shall add to me another son. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban, Send me away, that I may go unto mine own place, and to my own country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served thee, and let me go, for thou knowest my service which I have done thee. And Laban said unto him, I pray thee, if I have found favor in thine eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that the Lord hath blessed me for thy sake. And he said, Appoint me thy wages, and I will give it. And he said unto him, Thou knowest how I have served thee, and how thy cattle was with me. For it was little which thou hadst before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. And the Lord hath blessed thee since my coming. And now when shall I provide for mine own house also? And he said, What shall I give thee? And Jacob said, Thou shalt not give me anything. If thou wilt do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep thy flock. I will pass through all thy flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come from my hire before thy face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me. And Laban said, Behold, I would it might be according to thy word. And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-straked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Jacob, and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and peeled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had peeled before the flocks in the gutters and the watering troughs when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring-straked, speckled, and spotted. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-straked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and men servants, and camels, and asses. The book of Genesis, chapter 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob hath taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's hath he gotten all this glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not toward him as before. And the Lord said unto Jacob, Return unto the land of thy fathers, and to thy kindred, and I will be with thee. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field unto his flock, and said unto them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not toward me as before, but the God of my father hath been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father, and your father hath deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times. But God suffered him not to hurt me. If he said thus, The speckled shall be thy wages, then all the cattle bear speckled. And if he said thus, The ring-straked shall be thy hire, then bear all the cattle ring-straked. Thus God hath taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up mine eyes, and saw in a dream. And behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. And the angel of God spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now thine eyes, and see. All the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban doeth unto thee. I am the God of Bethel, where thou anointedst the pillar, and where thou vowest a vow unto me. Now arise, get thee out from this land, and return unto the land of thy kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he hath sold us, and hath quite devoured also our money. For all the riches which God hath taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatsoever God hath said unto thee, do. Then Jacob rose up, and set his sons and his wives upon camels, and he carried away all his cattle, and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Padan Aram, for to go to Isaac his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian, and that he told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river, and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Jacob was fled. And he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. And God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said unto him, Take heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the mount of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, What hast thou done, that thou hast stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives taken with the sword? Wherefore didst thou flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and didst not tell me, that I might have sent thee away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp? And hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters? Thou hast now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the God of your father spake unto me yesternight, saying, Take thou heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. And now Though thou wouldest needs be gone, because thou sore longest after thy father's house, yet wherefore hast thou stolen my gods? And Jacob answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid. For I said, Peradventure, thou wouldest take by force thy daughters from me. With whomsoever thou findest thy gods, let him not live. Before our brethren discern thou what is thine with me, and take it to thee. For Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the two maidservants' tents, but he found them not. Then went he out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise up before thee, for the custom of women is upon me. And he searched, but found not the images. And Jacob was wroth, and chode with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, What is my trespass? What is my sin, that thou hast so hotly pursued after me? Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff? What hast thou found of all thy household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with thee. Thy ewes and thy she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of thy flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it. Of my hand didst thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was, and the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from mine eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in thy house. I served thee 14 years for thy 2 daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle, and thou hast changed my wages 10 times. Except the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had been with me, surely thou hast sent me away now empty. God hath seen mine affliction, and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight. And Laban answered and said unto Jacob, These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that thou seest is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children which they have borne? Now therefore come thou, let us make a covenant, I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. And Jacob took a stone, and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said unto his brethren, Gather stones. And they took stones, and made an heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Jegar-sahadutha, but Jacob called it Galeed. And Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Galeed. And Mizpah, for he said, The Lord watch between me and thee when we are absent one from another. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, God is witness betwixt me and thee. And Laban said to Jacob, Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and thee. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, and that thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge betwixt us. And Jacob sware by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed, and returned unto his place. The book of Genesis, chapter 32. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, This is God's host. And he called the name of that place Mahanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau, Thy servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord, that I may find grace in thy sight. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks and herds, and the camels, into 2 bands, and said, If Esau come to the one company, and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which saidst unto me, Return unto thy country, and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies, and of all the truth which thou hast showed unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. And thou saidst, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother meeteth thee, and asketh thee, saying, Whose art thou, and whither goest thou, and whose are these before thee? Then thou shalt say, They be thy servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also he is behind us. And so commanded he the second, and the third, and all that followed the drove, saying, On this manner shall ye speak unto Esau, when ye find him. And say ye moreover, Behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth before me, and afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept of me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them, and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, What is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. And Jacob asked him and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh, unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh, and the sinew that shrank. The book of Genesis, chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, Who are those with thee? And he said, The children which God hath graciously given thy servant. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I had seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord unto Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth, and built him an house, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field, where he had spread his tent, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called it Allelohi Israel. The book of Genesis, chapter 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem the son of Hamor the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her, and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah the daughter of Jacob. And he loved the damsel, and spake kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me this damsel to wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor the father of Shechem went out unto Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give her him to wife, and make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised, then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter, and we will be gone. And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceable with us. Therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us be circumcised, as they are circumcised, Shall not their cattle and their substance, and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And I, being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me, and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with an harlot? The book of Genesis, chapter 35. And God said unto Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God, that appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. Then Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him, Put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments, and let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared unto him, when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Allon-Bacuth. And God appeared unto Jacob again, when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And God said unto him, Thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. And God said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, to thee I will give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land. And God went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spake with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni. But his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is the pillar of Rachel's grave, unto this day. And Israel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edar. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine, and Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12, the sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun, the sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin, and the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan, and Naphtali, and the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. And Jacob came unto Isaac his father unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. The book of Genesis, chapter 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Adah the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibamah the daughter of Anah the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Bashemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth. And Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashemath bare Reuel, and Aholibamah bare Jeush, and Jaalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For the riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites, in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz the son of Adah, the wife of Esau; Reuel the son of Bashemath, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, and Gatem, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahath, and Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bare to Esau Jeush, and Jaalam, and Korah. These were dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Teman, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gatem, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nahath, Duke Zerah, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife: Duke Jeush, Duke Jaalam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lotan, and Shobal, and Zibeon, and Anah, and Dishon, and Ezer, and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir, in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Hori and Hemam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Alvan, and Manahath, and Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibeon, both Ajah and Anah. This was that Anah that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zibeon his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishon, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah. And these are the children of Dishon: Hemdan, and Eshban, and Ithran, and Kiran. The children of Ezer are these: Bilhan, and Zaavan, and Achan. The children of Dishan are these: Uz, and Aaron. These are the dukes that came of the Horites: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibeon, Duke Anah, Duke Dishon, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of Hori, among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. And Bela the son of Beor reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Jobab the son of Zerah of Basra reigned in his stead. And Jobab died, and Husham of the land of Temanite reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Avith. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Baal-Hanan the son of Achbor reigned in his stead. And Baal-Hanan the son of Achbor died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alva, Duke Jetheth, Duke Aholibama, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Teman, Duke Mibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. The book of Genesis, chapter 37. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah, and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age. And he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaf stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf. And his brethren said to him, Shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him, and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth? And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, Do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said to him, Here am I. And he said to him, Go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with thy brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They are departed hence. For I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit, and we will say some evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him, and they took him and cast him into a pit. And the pit was empty, there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead, with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianites, merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned unto the pit, And behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes. And he returned unto his brethren and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no. And he knew it, and said, It is my son's coat. An evil beast hath devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, For I will go down into the grave unto my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and captain of the guard. The book of Genesis, chapter 38. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren, and turned in to a certain Adullamite, whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her, and went in unto her. And she conceived, and bare a son, and he called his name And she conceived again, and bare a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived, and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Kezib when she bare him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnah, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnath. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand. But he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass, about 3 months after, that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, hath played the harlot. And also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burnt. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man whose these are, am I with child. And she said, Discern, I pray thee, whose are these, the signet and bracelets and staff? And Judah acknowledged them, and said, She hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son. and he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass, when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out. And she said, How hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Pharez. And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah. The book of Genesis, chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down thither. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him. And he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass, from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had, in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person, and well favored. And it came to pass after these things, that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, Lie with me. But he refused, and said unto his master's wife, Behold, my master wotteth not what is with me in the house, and he hath committed all that he have to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness, and sin against God? And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her.